goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the ballin', spottin', ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody callin'. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line, I know that I'm near it. Yeah, cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all run away up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all run away up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the. A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. What's your issue? What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, playing with my. Now we know you're fake. I just wanna say you've got tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. stress and ride. You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I'll miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my.
Let's go, hey, step back, look at the wrist, wrist. Let go, let it go, switch, hey, turn the heads, can't miss this. Run it up, it's my fitness. Windows limousine tinted, stay up out of my business. Hey, you can never break me down, need more to take me out. They was all cool back then, now they wanna hate me now. Funny how it goes, can I get a countdown and drum roll? No time ain't an option, no. Sit back, watch this unfold. Hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Gas in the tank, if the wrong guy really wanna contest me, cause he envy everything that I got, what I am and he not. Coldest one on the block, you know these boys don't got nothing but excuses. My whole squad been doing they thing, dropping nothing but exclusives. Ooh, I know you see me step back, flossing. Please don't get too close unless you proceeding with caution. Yeah, I broke the moves out, I'm got nauseous. We can never settle for no loss. Yeah, hey. But it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive top, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
start dripping. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. That's facts. Spent a bag on the whip, parked in valet. Just took another trip, skipped a drive, called my pilot, then jet down to LA. Yeah, tell me, who you know like this? Let the beat bang, turned off the light switch. I was in the VIP and met a spicy mamacita. Took her ass straight to Costa Rica. Yeah. It's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. No, you lying, you don't know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. That's facts. Step back, homie, don't let this freezer go dripping. Cause these jewels might mess around and flood the whole kitchen. Took a bit to get it, was on a mission. And now it's platinum plaques, back to back. I spent a couple mil, you spent a whole rack. Bought the block just to give it back. Remember I was moving rocks, now I spit crack. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice on me. Don't stand too close, cause you don't if you say that you might know me. You know you don't know me. That's facts. I'm too cold for you. Diamonds straight out of Mount Everest with it. Yeah, it's a whole lot of ice, homie.
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. To a monster.
never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up, please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke, just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me, things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name, see them try to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing, no legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just stop.
Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this. Rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Gonna rock the party non-stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party non-stop like this.
Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
Hey, yo, listen up. If you're here for the safe plays, if you're here for the hero shots and predictable endings, you're in the wrong place. We're here to shake things up. Teach lessons the hard way. We come from all over, different places, different styles, but one common goal: to challenge conventions and fight for ascension. We're stealing the spotlight. We're the ones everyone's gonna be talking about tomorrow. In short, we are the future. Unfiltered, unpredictable, unstoppable.
Here comes the pain!
We are challengers.
It's Grand Finals Day here at Challengers EMEA, and I hope you guys have brought your appetite. We definitely have. MP just had chicken with paprika and spice. He's all the heat that I need, though. He's all the spice that I require. Let's get going in this one, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna be the single one that is gonna bring the fire today, because we have Eternal Fire versus BBL Pacific. It's gonna be amazing. Best of 5, Turkish final, and I'm here for it.
Oh, absolutely. It wouldn't be a better grand final with the talent that we have in store for you today. But let's have a look at what has happened so far in playoffs. The teams that both BBL Pacific and Eternal Fire had to whittle through. Obviously, we had a group stage that took place the previous few days, but the past couple have been all about the playoffs, the top 4, which featured the second seed from France Mandatory, the first seed from DAC Focus, which both got dealt with already, leaving the top 2 teams being a complete Turkish turnaround.
Yeah, it's been amazing what these teams have gone through. BBL Pacific very dominant throughout the whole season, throughout the whole tournament that we have had. Challengers EMEA. Eternal Fire only dropping maps to BBL Pacific as well. Now they are back in the grand final. This is not the first time they've faced against each other. BBL Pacific has in fact won 7 games against Eternal Fire past year or so, and that's 7-0. What? That's crazy record for BBL Pacific.
Yeah, a massive history for sure from these two teams. And let's be fair, this is not going to be any slouch of a match. It's the new guard of BBL Pacific, the younglings, against the experienced and tenured of Eternal Fire. And I think we can just dig our teeth right into this, MP, right? And start talking about the younglings of the situation, the new guard BBL Pacific. And I think a way to put it that is actually a little bit more accurate is what Enzo said as well just a couple days ago when they had to play up against them. Take BBL Pacific, put them in VCT right now, and they would compete. They play at the level of that tier 1 space. And I don't think he's wrong, right? They did have themselves a runner-up position in Ascension, and ever since they've just been dominating.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy because BBL Pacific, yeah, they are one of the better teams. Maybe a team that could absolutely compete in VCT right now. And the only experience that they have against VCT level teams or close to VCT level teams is Ascension against Apex. And then they had the final against Foot in Red Bull Homeground qualifiers. So they don't have a lot of experience against VCT teams. But I think they are amazing. The high intensity that they're bringing in the server is brilliant, and the dominance is so strong.
It really is. And for context for everybody that, you know, has just looked into recent history, the way Pacific got into challenges to begin with is via the in-game Premier system. So they've completed the dream, right? Or at least got one step closer to it, but are definitely favorites to be within the conversation of actually completing that journey from matchmaking to top tier competition right here.
I mean, they're literally the team that this whole journey was invented for. Now they're in a 12-game win streak. They haven't lost a game in 48 days, and they're looking to make that win streak ever stronger with 13 today against Eternal Fire. It's going to be interesting to see whether they can actually pull it off.
And what makes them a little bit stronger than last year must be Cruin, right? His recent addition has spoken volumes about what this team can achieve. We had a chat with with Rose the other day, and let's see what he actually had to say about Cruin's impact in this team.
The double X, to be honest.
Damn.
Yeah, wow. He is the best sentinel in Turkey. I'm pretty sure about that. Like, he know what he need to do when he's playing sentinel. Like, his lurks, his infos. I'm just playing in A side. He's just playing in B side. I'm so comfortable, you know. Like, I can just play with his infos. That's it.
He says he's the best sentinel in Turkey by far.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that would place him being the best sentinel in challenges EMEA, and I don't think I would be wrong in saying that. I think Cruin is a really good cipher, and sometimes really unconventional cipher as well. I think this speaks to the volumes of BBL Pacific's game style. Cruin is not always the lurking cipher, it's not always the anchor of a side cipher, but sometimes Cruin is actually the rotating cipher as well. And BBL Pacific, their game style, a lot of the times is stacking 4 players to a side and having 1 player anchor on the other side, and that is not always Cruin as well.
And in that same interview, Rose did say he likes to do things a little bit differently, right? And I think that's a big part of the conversation. How you put Kreven into the picture, how you put the rest of the team, how do you really want to be approaching this game? It's a different dynamic that a lot of teams have struggled so far. And this year, no one has had the answer. But now, there's another team that might be able to have the answer. They haven't so far, but this is their opportunity. It's the old guard of Eternal Fire, the other Turkish team that will have to do their best to see if they're 3rd time lucky this year and grab that W.
Absolutely. If you woke up from a coma, like from a 2-year coma, you would recognize multiple of these Eternal Fire players and be like, oh, these guys used to play in Supermassive Blaze or BBL. Amazing experience. Kushner, he has played in a lock-in tournament alongside Brave. He played for 2 VCT seasons as well alongside Brave in BBL eSport. Izzy has experience in Masters Berlin, Last Chance Qualifier. Then you have Cider Axe, who was a part of the Supermassive Blaze roster, nowadays known as Papara Supermassive, competing in EMEA Challengers, Promotion, Last Chance Qualifiers. Everything. These guys have been through the ringer. They know exactly what is up against them. And I'm gonna be honest, I think the experience is gonna be huge today, but is it gonna be enough against BBL Pacific?
And I think that's the big question, MP. The fact that Eternal Fire haven't been able to get a win against BBL Pacific, haven't been able to get any convincing score against them in the previous match in the upper bracket. They got 2-0'd. So, and everything has been indicating they're the underdogs today. BBL Pacific is the team on the roll here. So it makes me think here, MP, what really can they do to get better here?
I mean, let's grasp at straws. I have a Telestrator, this screenshot showing how BBL Pacific, how they play this map, how they execute the map. Once again, we need to highlight this. 4 players. In this situation, BBL Pacific, they did not have hard evidence that there's 4 players here, but they were kinda gambling. They stacked 4 players here, they had an Omen here, but the information where they made this rotation was this Cypher trip in garage wasn't broken, this camera wasn't broken. BBL Pacific, they make fast, quick decisions, but to me, every strategy has a flaw. If Eternal Fire, if they can exploit these gaps, if they can break these Cypher trips, Cypher cameras, if they can actually catch off the rotations that is coming through here, they need to find something there. If they can do that, I think it's gonna be brilliant for Eternal Fire. But I'm gonna be honest, I think this might be grasping stars, but for sure, there is a flaw in BBL Pacific's defensive side, even though it's really strong. It's those rotations, the quick rotation and educated guesses.
And it's those straws, albeit straws, you know, just that can light the fire, right? That's all you need to keep that fire burning here from Eternal Fire. Something else, though, that, you know, they can rely on is their individuals. And I think they showed up against Mandatory yesterday. And I feel like that's something Brave has said as well. They just need to continue playing like that. I think the fact that they need to respect what is going on, you know, one hand respect what is going on with their opponents, but on the other hand, don't focus too much on it. Focus on your own gameplay and things will come.
Yeah, absolutely, but I think the Eternal Fire's flame, it has to burn brighter than ever to actually take on revenge. 7-0 record under BBL Pacific's belt against or in this matchup is crazy to me. And I'm gonna be honest, I think this is one of my favorite quotes from Brave that we heard from an interview. I had VCT offers, I just wanted to win with my best friend. This is something that Rose said on an interview, that because he played with Cruen 2 years ago, he sees him as family. So technically, we have friends against family in this situation, right?
I love that. I love that, actually, as a comparison. I think the fact that, you know, as Turkish players, you can get very attached to your teammates. I feel like there's a very camaraderie approach to how you play the game. And the fact that you play with them through a lengthy span of time, right? Whether that's through rosters, different rosters, or, you know, the same squad, you just grow those, you know, that rapport with each other. So it really feels like it's family versus friends in this one. And we'll see how this one works out. But yeah, it's hard to say how much of a difference that can make on the server when both teams seem to be so in line with one another, how close they are with each other. But the one thing that we can have tangible evidence of is their streak of form, right? How they performed in previous matches, and the previous upper bracket final that was between these two rosters at that 3-0, you know, didn't paint a good story here for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, I think it all comes down to maps. BBL Pacific, obviously they have that weighted advantage. They can ban out 2 maps in this best of 5 series, which is incredible. And when we take a look into this map pool, BBL Pacific, they have 3 options of banning maps. I think that would be Bind, Split, and Fracture. If they want to go targeted bans, they go for Split and Fracture. But if they still want to keep that Bind banned, they'll go for that and decide whether it's Split or Fracture that they don't absolutely want to face Eternal Fire against.
It's a good point you make. That 2-ban lead from BBL Pacific is going to be a tough one. Bind out. Which one is the other one you said that you're expecting to see go?
Split Fracture. Fracture is going to be the one. It seems like BBL Pacific, they're not quite comfortable in Fracture. And when Eternal Fire has had pretty good record of 4-0 in Fracture, I think that's fairly reasonable ban. And I'm gonna be honest, I think I'm really happy seeing Eternal Fire big split here, because the only split that Eternal Fire has lost is against BBL Pacific, and now they can look for redemption in this map.
Yeah, indeed. Although there are growing pains with this one, 6-13 was a last score that these two teams had against each other, but I think there was a bit of a redemption arc against Mandatory yesterday that has given maybe, you know, some extra comfort into Lotus, but it is going to be a hard one split coming in next, maybe feeling that they have a better grip of the situation. Again, a confidence booster from yesterday. So far, so good for Eternal Fire, but at the same time, you've got to consider that BBL Pacific have watched that match, know what the setup looks like, have played against them many a time, so it's not going to be easy to outsmart your opponents here.
Yeah, absolutely not. I'm really sad to see that we didn't see a single bind in this tournament. Every time it was banned, and the one time it was floated in the best of 5 environment, we didn't get all the way there. And so I'm really sad to see, but for BBL Pacific, I think this map video is amazing. I was kind of surprised that they actually went for Pearl instead of Haven, but I guess they were like, okay, maybe we have Pearl more dialed down, and they absolutely did against Mandatory. It was, I mean, perfect. I don't think you get better than that in Pearl. You absolutely dominated them, and they have this funky composition of Phoenix and Neon there, but I think BBL Pacific, where they shine, is Lotus, is Haven. They are really strong in these 3 bomb site maps. I think they run the map very well. They run it really fast paced, and the biggest thing that we already highlighted, they make decisions really quickly, and that is something that Eternal Fire, they have to look forward to, because especially when we go to Lotus, I think a lot of the times on the defensive side, Kraven just got to place a free camera in C mode. That camera was there for a whole round, which meant BBL Pacific were like, okay, let's stack B and A. Kraven himself as well, he pulled out of that C side, and multiple times they were able to stack, and Eternal Fire couldn't really do anything.
Yeah, it's the difficulty about maps like that, because you play like a unit, you play together, you play quickly. It's hard to be able to play up against it. That Neon comp is also something you got to be scared about. The speed in which you can find yourself, that extra play on the defense, all the quickness in which you can just turn your effort from one site to another. It is going to be night and day. And so far, 13-5 and 13-6 were the 2 map results. You know, both going in favor of BBL Pacific. So it's hard to imagine this first one is going to be where Eternal Fire can shine. Later on, though, MP, do you feel like there's a little bit more hope for this tenured roster?
I do think when we go to Haven, or if we get all the way there, because it's a 4th map, it could definitely be 3-0. I think Haven is where we can see Eternal Fire shine. They have had a close face-off against BBL Pacific. They barely won. No surprises in this competition. No comp changes. The one thing that has to change for Eternal Fire is how they run the attacking side. I think their defensive side is fairly decent, but they need to play more aggressive. They need to play more fast-paced, I would say. They need to take a look into BBL Pacific book, create a lot of pressure on the other side of the map, and make a decision to rotate to the other side of the map, or take a lot of ground on that side of the map that they have pressure.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point you make there, NP. Obviously, you pair that with the fact that they need to just have confidence within themselves and play the way they did against Mandatory yesterday is probably where you can see most success. And I think it will also be a positive, even if they don't get the win against Lotus against BBL Pacific here. Getting a better score than just a 13-6 is already something that they're looking for. Trying to start this series off well with a bang, so when it comes to the next maps, they'll just have confidence for days.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Eternal Fire, I think they have a good thing going for them. They are starting on the defensive side. Usually their defensive side has been the stronger one. Well, usually it's been like 5 to 6 rounds. On the attacking side, it's where the struggles usually begin. You should vote in this poll for sure. I would love to see whether there's Eternal Fire or BBL Pacific fans in the chat. I, for one, I know which way I'm gonna go for. What is gonna be the way for you, Pavlos?
Oh man, look, I know what is going to happen in terms of how dominant BBL Pacific have been, so I've got to go with them. Like, this is going to be a hard showing for Eternal Fire. I'd love to see them do well here, but there's something about the aura that BBL Pacific have right now that, you know, just can't let me go the other way.
Yeah, and I feel like looking at these maps, looking at Lotus, excuse me, Lotus being our first map, it means that Eternal Fire's flame isn't gonna start really quickly. It's gonna start slowly when you get to your own map pick. Split is already where I'm looking into. Obviously, yeah, we could have something from Eternal Fire that brings them this Lotus back, and I think from that it comes Especially on the attacking side, it comes a lot from defaulting, finding those picks on the attacking side. But it's going to be interesting to see what we have here.
It really is. This grand final set up to be quite spectacular, and we hope Eternal Fire can really bring the flames here to their opponents and make this a competitive match. You're in good hands, folks. It's Hazard and Cairo to be miking over this one.
Thank you guys, what an absolute pleasure as always. The precursor to the promotion push begins right now. The grand finals of Challengers EMEA Tournament 1, and it's 2 Turkish teams standing above the rest.
Listen, Hazza, we were talking about it all the way through the tournament. Is Turkey going to be that dominant region that we expect of them? And we have our answer now, right? This is the bar that's been set for all regions, what they need to try and improve upon. And Turkey being at right, or Turkey rising to the top is no surprise for anyone.
Not at all. Turkey against every single other region, 15-1, the map record. But between the two, it's been one-way traffic. Dominated this fixture so far by BBL Pacific in the Turkish derby. That is something which is going to have to change today. With their grand final record not being the cleanest, it's the perfect chance for Eternal Fire to strike.
Yeah, listen, they're going to have to come in against a rivalry, their opponents that they've yet to beat, Hazza. Every single time they've gone up against them, they've struggled. Only 2 maps out of 12 played. This is a mountain to climb.
It's a story which started before the year began. BBL Pacific's journey from Berlin Grand Finals heartbreak turned back-to-back championships at home. And while Türkiye has delivered again with a legacy left behind in pursuit of revenge, the next generation make history every time they enter another final. Sitting alone as the greatest their region has ever produced, what can Eternal Fire do to stop that today?
Setting up a B play here. You can already see Brave pushing out, C Mound looking to take that passive control as well as the tail holding on towards A, but the B is where they strike first, Pacific, and they've already got that entry kill.
Same positions taken up by Pacific as they did on the last pistol round. On the attack side, when they creep back towards A again, it's CyderX there waiting for them. Big 1v1 about to happen in the middle of the map, but as LaRock gives it up, he's walking into trouble. Brave's coming around the back lines as the plant comes in.
Loiter tapping the spike on A, was able to TP past the trap, but can't TP past Izzy. Comeback now gone. LaRock and Loiter on the B site. 2 players close by from Eternal Fire, trying to see what they can find, but not a lot. Spike is down.
Didn't see a single B retake in the previous game between the two. BBL Pacific on the attack side, starting off as they did before, but smoked out towards Waterfall. This is Eternal Fire's chance.
Paranoia in, that's been kept in pocket the full round. Loiter's trying to play aggressive, and while Brave is round the back, Anima from up top will fall. BBL Pacific get the pistol.
And while we saw that trap play from them last time with the mount control that we love from Eternal Fire, and that ended flawlessly, this is anything but. It's so scrappy. CyderX does really well to find 2 kills, but coming into the retake, it's a little bit disjointed. We know how reliant Eternal Fire at times have been. Think of yesterday against Mandatory on their individuals to make moments happen. We need plenty more of those today if BBL Pacific are to get rocked.
Well, if the barrier, when the barriers drop, there's 8 players ready to fight here on the A side, but Eternal Fire holding fast, and they're waiting for the trap. Nice utility will net them, or should have netted them the first kill. It's Kushner's Classic instead.
Yeah, got a little bit off script here, but it's a good combo from Eternal Fire, knowing where their strengths lie in terms of this composition with the amount of utility damage they can deal. QT still with a nade in his pocket, and already CyderX starting to test the limits a little bit as well. Get up the guts, go through B main. These aren't the kind of plays that they were making previously. It's the confidence you need in this grand final.
Well, Eternal Fire have the player advantage. It's gone fleetingly. The weapon advantage firmly with Pacific, and they're making it hurt. The last 3 remaining players for Eternal Fire are split up and looking to poke and prod from different avenues. The utility from the breach is good, and so is Brave's Classic. Looking to get one more, but just can't quite. Still at a 2v3. Pacific at the advantage.
There's little utility left for Eternal Fire here, though. You have Cyder's drone, and that's about it.
Oh, you've got Cyder's Sheriff as well, mate. That's another thing you need to consider. Anima, Classic in hand, the stealth drone being used to clear out in towards sight, and Eternal Fire might just be thinking about how much damage they can realistically do rather than getting the round win. Cider now collects a bulldog. This is something in which to work with. Looks towards stairs and he'll fall down them. A double up from PCIFIC.
Can already see what the game plan is from Eternal Fire on this defender's side. PCIFIC last time out only played 2 rounds with a direct execution, and both of those were towards C. So obviously you're expecting a bit more of a default. Eternal Fire doing their due diligence on the extremities to collect some of that information and make things look difficult. Cider has started brilliantly so far in this game, but we're going to need to see a step up from the rest, as we know the defender's side is where they did better last time around.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point to bring up. I mean, the last 3 or 4 times Eternal Fire have played Lotus, they've got at least 3 or 4 rounds out of the opening 4 this time round. Be lucky if they get 1.
BBL PCIFIC actually just looking to potentially crunch through the revolving door to where Brave is. Always the most advanced of all the players on the Eternal Fire side, whichever side of the map it ends up being. Typically C, they've exploited that now. Back through the door, instead it's the Fire that will go. Cushion are put down immediately. It's on to Brave. He's got to do so much, but Loiter cuts it out for him. 5 versus 2 situation. This is a BBL bonus converted.
Looks to be last 2 players. I mean, Anima, Cider, do they even want to attempt it? You've got to be thinking about the next couple rounds upcoming. I mean, BBL PCIFIC, they're looking to take things on the front foot. That's 3 players towards that CT side.
Can already see how snappy they've been to try and take early engagements. Eternal Fire will walk away from this with just the 1 weapon for now. Cider's lost his head. Creven, the player who notches that kill, and someone who we've got to keep a close eye on. I mean, there's so much discussion about this as someone who was signed in the off-season, the transfer target of Rose from the original Eternal Fire squad that was drafted for 25. Rose got his target, and it was Lotus last time out where his freedom really helped them set up in terms of finding space on the map on the attack side especially. And while Anima will walk away with a couple of consolations, he knows all too well what it's like. Creven's impact in the server, teammate with him last year. Now up against him once again, and as PCIFIC have their way. This is a huge round to win.
It's really nice as well. You've got the B-lock for the Paranoia to come through the door, stop anybody behind Mound from getting too far away, and to maximum effectiveness as well. Stinger somewhat forced from Brave here, and that lone rifle that Anima was able to save. It's not been a great start so far from Eternal Fire. And then you look at the barrier drop here, again another 4 players ready to fight on A main.
And while they're ready to fight, Comeback, the expected pursuant of this position with his trusty Outlaw, looking to break the backs of Eternal Fire early.
I like this from Comeback. He's made adjustments because he knows the contact was taken off the Cypher cam last time. Shots being used to try and bait the utility out. Instead, it's the contact of the cam once again that triggers the utility.
Does a brilliant job. In the meantime, BBL PCIFIC taking the C site. Brave is gone. That's a free post plan. And something that Eternal Fire will have to try and do as much as possible is engage in those early brawls, try and get themselves advantages, because coming back into the retakes is where they really struggled the last couple times.
Cyber Sheriff back at it again, but it's only been good for 1. And Eternal Fire, they need much more than that. Comeback's classic. It's not the Outlaw that's getting the damage here. And Anima's lone rifle once again.
As I said before, it's not a stable win condition for them to play into these retakes consistently without any kind of purpose on the map early doors. It's a nice trap play that we get towards A variation as well, as Anima is getting closer to the possibility of, giving this a go, but still it's just that little bit too far away. Comeback has closed the gap. Lucky to get away with his life here. He's not going to. 4 rounds.
Maximum damage as well. All rifles dropped. Not great from Eternal Fire, but as you said, like the A play that we've seen come through is looking decent. The players taking solo duels as well. Eternal Fire have been able to get some sort of value out of that in previous matches, but you won't be able to do that against what BBL PCIFIC have and the individuals that they have in the server.
Eternal Fire are very quick on that C rotation typically. Information deficit works against Brave in the previous round. Now you come into the full buy. There are 3 ults available for the BBL Pacific Execute. And as I said before, they weren't too direct in the last. This time, they are rapid in pace.
Loiter towards CT.
Brilliant.
The Rolling Thunder. Just making sure Izzy's moving into an uncomfortable position, capitalisation, and now Brave, you can see he's thinking about it. He wants to go at this. His TP isn't great. Kushner's op is back to a 4 versus 4 as the spike goes down.
Nice set piece to open up the site for them. Loiter going for the Vanya TP, but his aggression unrelenting. Another Turkish legend, yet he falls in this situation. Combo back through. Big investment, Eternal Fire. They need this round, and while Rose dropping is certainly going to help them, still a 2-on-2. Kreven's flipped the odds against them once more. The biggest rival that they've faced in the server so far, biting from within. Kreven again, lending yet another round to BBL Pacific.
It feels as if what's happening right now with BBL Pacific, after a day's rest, is they're reaching the next level of form, being able to fight back from a disadvantage, and from ultimates that put them in a tough spot. Pacific fight their way back in, after Eternal Fire looked to have that round.
Eternal Fire not calling a timeout yet either. Usually waiting until the buy round pops up before Johnsip says his piece. They've been pretty laissez-faire with it so far. Same against Mandatory. The op comes out on special occasions if you're comeback. He won't invest in it all too often. When he does, the shots usually land. But the one that hits isn't enough to finish off Kushner with 2 points of health. Loiter loses his life. And it breaks for a 4v5. Eternal Fire favoured from this position.
The biggest thing about keeping Kushner up right now is the fact he still has the showstopper. Whether they want to invest it or not is another thing entirely. But again, they're in a good spot here, Eternal Fire, and it's not a round that you can count them out from. Pacific just trying to dabble with the idea of perhaps going under the trip, but as they go onto site, it's the Sheriffs that are hitting. Kushner is up close, showstopper is, and it ruins. Tombow manages to stay alive. That's the shorty. Hat off the head, information gained. Larocque just playing around in hell.
So cautious in this position. Eternal Fire still with numbers. TP into the crosshairs. Kreven once more. 3 kills out of him, and well, I think you look at the VOD, he won at least 2 rounds solo last time out. They're going to rely upon him here to win them what would be 3 out of the 5 that they've picked up so far. This
Cam's
to make
back online.
6 and to send Anima packing. The key 1v1s that they went up against each other yesterday. Kreven with the majority of those wins. He can add another one here. Quad kill to keep them going.
Hazard doesn't even need the cam, doesn't even need anything else other than the rifle in hands. I mean, maybe a shorty will help him out as well. It's crazy shots that both teams are hitting. But the biggest thing for me about this full round is BBL Pacific's willingness and the ability to play off one another. I mean, you saw the combination that came through from Kreven in the last round. Just being able to swing off the contact of Larocque, I think it was. Again, like, everything about BBL Pacific screams perfection.
The micro is just unbelievable for BBL Pacific, and I think it's important to reiterate, as we are in an online environment, that they're currently on bootcamp at the BBL headquarters in Istanbul. Another advantage of being the affiliate team of the VCT roster, of course, is that you do get those extra advantages, where Eternal Fire will be trying to give themselves as much as possible. BBL Pacific in that are replicating the conditions in which they thrive. Think back to, the online stages of Ascension last year, for goodness sake. They had one at Supermassive HQ, familiar place for plenty of players on the other side of the server, I'd imagine, and then into the lower bracket final, the grand final. This is what we, credit them for, creating mid-round plans, playing off of one another, and that kind of setup is only going to help you.
Yeah, I think everything about BBL Pacific, the familiarity within their opponents. I think that's the 5th or 6th time they've played each other since the off-season tournaments began. Always finding each other in those brackets and what it seems to be grand finals as well now.
7th time actually, so it's even a little bit more.
Oh, thanks, mate.
As we said before, only 4 maps across those that Eternal Fire have been able to win with a mixture of the off-season, regular season. Rose steps away from the salvo, not enough damage to take him out early. Seeing a complete change in the setup here as Brave is supported by the cam once again towards C. Kushner through the middle as the operator. And Anima is quick for any kind of a rotate, so I like this deviation from Eternal Fire. Only issue is that Cider could very quickly find himself isolated, and in terms of a heads up, it's a pretty late one.
Although heads up and utility could be the other option, clearing out Hobbit is where Pacific look to go. I mean, you've got the late lock coming through B main. And well, Anima tries to spam out, delayed through the aftershock, the breach bomb doesn't quite work, his comeback is sending it through, Kreven under siege, can't quite win out against Brave, and now BBL Pacific are in a tough spot that they'll need to try and brawl out from. It's Rose using the Hunter's Fury, but it's the overwatch of the rest of the BBL Pacific players that put them into a post plan.
Got the captain covered, no one's taken down him on our watch. I was about to say the old man, but you've got to remember, 20 years of age, born in 2004. Are you kidding me?
Mate,
while he does have
crazy.
The lowest ACS in the team, it's par for the course. He plays a role which is very self-sacrificial for the rest of his team to just enable them. The Hunter's Fury giving space, and Larok able to profit off the distraction. So Kushner saving the op. That's all they'll get. 7 rounds consecutive for Pacific.
Yeah, and the pause wasn't even a timeout, it was a technical pause. And after they reached 7, a guaranteed advantage on the next half. You'd probably imagine John Sip will want to talk to his players. Kushner trying to keep it the op in hand and can't do it. That is more damage to Eternal Fire's hopes.
Yeah, when you think things couldn't get worse, they do. Loiter, the player involved in a lot of duels within this round, getting himself stuck in. Of course, everyone will remember the ace, the 1 versus 5, which he received to rapturous applause at the end of Lotus last time out. But I think when you actually look at it, it's quite interesting to mention that he's actually had the worst KD that we've seen from him in any series against Eternal Fire since the previous time that they played them in the final. -10 in kickoff and -9 in the previous game. But then again, it's like he's playing his role, he's doing his job. You've got players around him who, you know, benefit from that. So it doesn't really matter because this BBL Pacific system is just that concrete.
100%, and I think like that's a point that you need to bring up there as well, is just more about like the impact within the server rather than within the kills, right? And the leadership qualities that Rose can bring forward for Pacific.
And in the interview, he did say he's trying to do something else from the other IGLs in EMEA, but I would still have him down as very traditional by the role standards. He's active in the freeze time. He's the one who's asking for more comms in the mid-round, creating the plans. And while he's picked up a much more vocal piece in Kreven, who I think you know, is the right piece in the puzzle, not to get tongue-tied there, it is still very much by the book in terms of what this implementation looks like from his perspective.
Too suppressed, though, and that's the go button pressed firmly. And there's only a momentary stall. 2 players stuck in the corner. There's not much in terms of resistance here. Or so you thought. Oh my god, BBL Pacific. Just when you think Eternal Fire can go hard here, can finally get a chance, it doesn't work out. And now Izzy tagged up by the cam, the spike recollected, and heading into post. A 1 versus 3 for Izzy to try and clutch up.
The question is, does he even attempt it? By now, I think it's already past that watershed moment when the penny drops and you realize, yeah, this has to be a save. I'm just too far away from the situation as it stands. So 8 rounds in a row unanswered from BBL Pacific. This is Eternal Fire's worst nightmare. They've been underdogs coming into every single one of these series between the 2 teams. You talk of the forgotten generation of talent, the old guard, whichever way you put it, with the exception of Anima coming in. Players reunited now, 4 years later down the line. Kafalar Esports is where most of them used to call home, and that is a serious callback, but so many times they've crossed paths over the years, yet now it just seems as if they're stepping aside when this next generation pops up.
I think for me as well, the other aspect to it, when you look towards what's happening within the server is, I mean, if it wasn't for Comeback here being able to brawl his way through with his unbelievable mechanics, I think Eternal Fire were in for a win there. They came up with the right ideas, how to make BBL Pacific uncomfortable. They just couldn't finish it.
And we know that BBL Pacific like to start a lot of these rounds with heavy pressure towards, you know, Rubble. It's Mound again this time that they begin the default. As I said before, the trend in the previous series on Lotus was a non-committal one inside the first 30 seconds from the Turkish champions.
Right there.
This time it's actually Rose that gets left towards C-Mount to try and fake things out. Usually it would be Kreven, but with how he's performing and a couple of cages in pocket, it's important to cross out here through Rubble.
Brave is trying to hold on to the paranoia as a way to fight his way back through, but being stunned up. I don't even know if he'll be able to TP, he won't. That's it. He didn't want to go out in the open, try to roll his chances. It doesn't work out. Onto the A side, all of Pacific go.
Siders immediately flooding back through, loses his life for the cause, and now Eternal Fire stunted on their way back through. It's not the first time we've seen a round start with Brave losing his life almost carelessly. And Anima hasn't had the run of the play that he would have been hoping for either. No runway, no chance to find liftoff here. We know how he's been so pivotal, not just in the kills department, but with his utility as well. When there's no players to capitalize that off the back of it, then where do you go? These rounds look so hopeless.
And again, I think it comes back to like Eternal Fire, like trying to peak solo. I mean, fair enough. I can understand Brave's positioning there because it's a common spot. You try to play your player forward in the hopes that what they'll be able to do is like get that passive information right if Pacific don't go there. But there needs to be a bailout. And on top of that, Cider trying to peek in towards A Heaven as a means and a ways to try and like get something back feels desperate, and that's the worst part about it. That's where the call comes through to like just save, because we're gonna have to come back in as 3, and we're gonna have to delay our take as well.
You look at their statistics on Lotus BBL Pacific, 5-1, only a single defeat here, and that was week 1 of the league phase. It makes up part of what is now a 12-game win streak. So you've always got to feel confident, but Eternal Fire have not had the beginning to this day in the office that they would have liked, and something's got to change. Comeback is consistent. Anima decapitated. Loiter laying it on thick as Cider will finally respond with just 1 kill, but that will not be enough. He needs more and can't get it.
Larocque is deposited for a late luck elsewhere on the map, whether that comes from A main to support through utility, or whether it comes elsewhere. 3 players on the site, 2 remaining from Eternal Fire to come back in, and they have utility to work with. Instead though, stealing the op. I think, look at this, Izzy's wanting to escape, but Brave's going to see how much damage he can do.
This is all on Brave's shoulders to see if he can bear the weight of this round. Izzy saving, they've hedged their bets, but even to that end, Brave knows when he's beaten. Izzy's ducking back in for a little bit of supportive fire. This is double digits though, Cairo, and the rifle round to boot, so Eternal Fire falling flat on their face once more as BBL Pacific look unbeatable. I have to remind you, in that opening week, which I spoke about just a minute ago, as much has changed since then, Eternal Fire did lose 13-0, and not to tempt fate too early, but if time is truly cyclical, then maybe there's just a chance that it happens on the grandest of stages.
I mean, you wouldn't put it past them. I mean, this is something, a place where BBL Pacific have struggled in the past, have found themselves in a position where it tends to go with like 4 or 5 maps, right? I mean, now as they start to mature as players, starting to get towards the VCT age requirement, they're starting to like get to that point where you can't doubt them when it comes to grand finals.
half of the rounds that they've won so far have been on spike detonation, which signals all you need to know about this defense. A lot of rounds over before they get to the critical point. Rose droning into tree now as BBL Pacific are happy to just get back in the saddle and go for another execute.
3 players from Eternal Fire here, and they've got the first 2 picks as well. A TP from Brave will support the cast that's there. You can see Lloyd going to use one of his own, and that's to collect the spike. It's a quick pivot towards B, and Creven's here as well. Doesn't have utility to work with, Creven, but he does have the rifle, which he has been shooting with.
Oh, Creven missed shots. That could have been the way back into the round and decrease the deficit. It was a 5v3 when it started. Eternal Fire lost one of those on their bonus last time out, but here, surely not between Rose and Loiter.
I mean, I wouldn't count them out though. Pings coming through, information gained, and Loiter, once again, a player who was able to clutch up last time, and ace, but it's only 4 this time round. It's number 11 for BBL Pacific, and you asked the question, Hazza, could it be cyclical? Well, it seems like it's just infinite when it comes to BBL Pacific.
It's happened again. Another 5v3, another worldie of a Loiter clutch. Might not have had kills in the last couple series between the two, but when you talk of big moments, big plays in grand finals, he stands out above the rest. I said that as the tournament was going along. He was one of my favorites for tournament MVP, and if he can cap it off with something like this, then absolutely no reason to not just give it to him right now.
Rose has been brought unbelievably low. Brave looking to try and get something, and gets more than what is expected. And now the showstopper, and can't even get shot off. We're back to a 3 versus 3.
Another one strong from the gallows. It was a 5 versus 3, Cairo. Again, 2 rounds consecutive. And that's what it will take for BBL Pacific to potentially lock in 12 inside the opening half. I do not believe what I've seen. It's destructive dominance again from Pacific.
We'll see exactly if they can get that 13-0 on the next half, though, has an unbelievable start.
BBL Pacific, 12 rounds deep. You are not hallucinating. That is really what we just saw inside the first half. I can't believe it, to be honest. And this rivalry is just starting to feel that little bit more like a stepping stone on the road to revenge for Turkey's best.
I mean, Eternal Fire are starting to, not to pull from Alex Ferguson, but feel like the noisy neighbours. I mean, a team that is yet to beat BBL Pacific, a core which is yet to strike deep in the hearts, straight in towards the B side. They go in, and they're not able to get the entry pick either.
To just pull a quote as you were saying, CyberX said before the upper final that ships waiting for the perfect wind never sail. Creven, one of the players who's been so key in landing the first 12 rounds, responded, they're still waiting for the wind after that game. And I tell you what, might just find themselves waiting to find their first round when Split arrives. BBL Pacific getting ready to go aggressive. The spike is here and so are the players. Eternal Fire finally respond through QT and Anima, but it comes down to the captain to deny what will be an embarrassing first map performance in this grand final.
Another thing to note, Comeback still has the slide from Neon to work with, but a double stack, and trying to dismantle that for Cider is a hard ask. Both players aren't looking towards him though, Hazza.
And that might just be the gift that Cider requires, the double stack, but do they react? Timing is everything, and BBL Pacific, their time is now! 13-0 was all it took for us to get that first grand final map done and over with.
This is feeling like a relay race between us and the analyst desk, because that was such a quick map, and I don't think there's anything else that can be said about it. BBL Pacific have come out lights out, ready to win this one, and you know what, fair enough to them. What else can you really say apart from Eternal Fire need to step up?
Look, there are still more maps to be played, and the silver lining for Eternal Fire is that their map pick is up next, but in terms of what the analysts have to break down, God bless you.
And God bless Eternal Fire, because they're going to need all the blessing in the world after that one. What a quick match. I mean, look, I don't think anybody would have had time to do anything. Go grab a snack, the game's over. Go grab a drink, the game's already over by the time they're back. That was ridiculous by BBL Pacific. The fact that they got this series done in a grand final, they get a 13-0.
I mean, Eternal Fire, they were absolutely outclassed here. BBL Pacific, like Enzo said, put this team on a VCT and they will absolutely perform there, or do the VCT circuit. If you have them there, I think this map already showed that they definitely could bring some heat. Loita, amazing performance, but I think Eternal Fire, they definitely had a shot in multiple rounds, but they just threw it away.
They did. They did. And I think it was moment after moment that just hurt them, right? Every round that they got close and never ended up securing the round, it just hurt them deeper. And exponentially, this game started closing out faster and faster, right? That's what it felt like. The rounds started coming to an end quicker and quicker, given to the fact that, you know, Eternal Fire weren't able to just close things out. It was insult to injury in so many situations. And I mean, you just think about that later 2v4 situation, and you just there, because there's nothing else that you could do.
I mean, I think it was incredible, even that last round, how Comeback was baited in the corner and completely took out Izzy. Yeah, Izzy was following the Tejo drone. He was like, oh, there's no one here, but they forgot one corner and Comeback took the entry there. They just instantly stopped this whole thing from Eternal Fire to happen. I don't know. I don't know what to say more. BBL Pacific, they were incredible.
Okay, so you had a round noted down, MP, that you think was the start to this dominance from BBL Pacific, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It was round 3 right here. This is how it started. It's a bonus round. Obviously, you want to go for 3-0 instantly, but let's see what happens. I think this is incredible how BBL Pacific understand their composition. They realized that, okay, C-mount, we cannot quite control it instantly and directly. We don't have Tejo who can eliminate the angle that the Cypher is playing here. Right, this position, it's hardest to eliminate with this composition. But look at the intricate detail that they have here. They have the smoke in A, so they play out this round like a default. Let's go back to full screen and play it up a little bit forward. Obviously, 2 players, Kruen, Loita, taking control of B main. This looks like, okay, they might look for a pick in B main, but it's all planned, coordinated. Look what happens. Usually the Cypher who's assisting the Omen right there is instantly played away from that corner because of the paranoia. And BBL Pacific, they just overwhelm the whole side of Eternal Fire. And this is exactly where it all started. The snowball started there, because that was a bonus round. And when you take a bonus round as clean as that, it could very well be over. And as we know it, it's 13-0. It's over.
And I love the fact that we said, okay, Lotus is likely going to go to BBL Pacific. Nobody thought it'd be a 13-0. Let's be frank. Let's be clear here. Like, we knew the chances would come in later on, so I don't think it's all over. But after that 13-0, I don't know, man. It's a difficult one.
Yeah, I mean, Split is definitely up next, which is really good for Eternal Fire, but all we have to talk about is momentum, and also the thing that only team that it has been able to beat Eternal Fire in Split has been BBL Pacific.
Never underestimate momentum. We'll leave it at that. We'll see you soon, folks, after Split is ready to go.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this.
Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. It's now or never.
I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot. Like my hands on the
I went to grab some mortar, came back, and I was worried that they'd be another 13-0 on the screen for a second map, but no, it's okay. It's only just the first one. It's over. It's dusted. It's Lotus out of the way, and I think we can now start talking about Split MP. We know that Eternal Fire are strong on this map. They're confident, but is this enough?
It might be, but when we have that 13-0 under BBL Pacific's belt, it's not gonna make that easy for Eternal Fire. We already have information. BBL Pacific, they have won 13-8 against Eternal Fire. That was 2 days ago in Split. Eternal Fire, until that, they were undefeated in Split this year. That was a 7-0. Now it has changed. They are up 8-1. They got a strong win against Mandatory yesterday. But BBL Pacific in Split, in any other map as well, they are a different beast.
Yeah, well, they are going to have to be in this one. So, look, obviously, when you look against the matchup with Mandatory the other day, there was a difference in composition, right? It was the way that Mandatory play it that you kind of think, okay, it's that double Sentinel, it's Sage, it's Vice, it's a little bit awkward, it's a bit weird, and you thought, okay, Mandatory might have a chance here, it might look good, but well, Eternal Fire brought the fire and were able to turn things around. What BBL Pacific play on the other hand is quite bread and butter.
Oh, Brave actually switching away from the Astra to Omen, which I really like. I do think the Astra is really good, but when you have Teho and Breach in your composition, especially that Teho, I don't feel like Astra is necessary. I think this Omen brings a lot more freedom to Eternal Fire's attacking side. You have a lot of more potential for follow-ups in terms of going or having Kushner go to the side first, but then having Brave following up. I think this opens up the map completely. Brave, Kushner, they could open up B main, which was really a struggle against Mandatory. Yes, it was because Mandatory's composition, but either way, B is a really tough situation, and I do love them picking up this Omen. It also provides them a lot of safety on that B side, especially on the defensive side, because Paranoia is one of the strongest abilities in that situation.
Okay, do you think this adaptation is due to the last time they played against Pacific here, or is it kind of something that they realized, okay, it might be a little bit of a weakness of our comp, it can't quite work in unison together, and they kind of want to make the adjustment that way?
I think it's overall, throughout the whole experience that they've had, they kind of wanted to adjust this comp and see whether they have better shot with this.
Well, let's see if this adjustment does actually give them a better shot on the second map. Throwing this over to Haz and Cairo to take us through it.
Once more, BBL Pacific are the bogey team for Eternal Fire, the only one to have beaten them on this map amongst the 7 other victories that they'd picked up along the way, making that 8 yesterday in the clean sweep against Mandatory. And rather what the scoreline would suggest was that it was straightforward. However, it was anything but when you actually looked at the map itself. Forced to OT, but in terms of comebacks, look, it has to start right now.
It does, has it, and the other aspect to this map as well is that BBL Pacific have never had a clean sweep in a grand final. After that first map, everybody will be thinking, listen, this is the grand final to do it. Split is the little hiccup, I think, that's going to come through here. As we've said before, Eternal Fire will have tape on how it went wrong last time. BBL Pacific, though, they were happy to let this through the veto.
BBL Pacific winning the opening 2 maps in a number of best of 5s that we've seen. You know, within those first 3 maps, they're usually the team which find themselves in front. Against Apex, against Foot, both times they went on to lose in the decider. In fact, we've gone to a deciding map in 4 out of the last 5 grand finals that they've played, but it feels like a world away if you're Eternal Fire right now. Starting out on their attack, hey, there isn't a comp with Sentinels in front, let's be direct.
And straight in, they've got the first pick, nothing else that can be said about that. Spike will go down easily enough. BBL Pacific though in the meantime, well, that spike goes down and the post plant is set up, are looking to look towards the extremities of the site.
And with this change to Omen, you have that paranoia as well. You're not thinking as much about the post plant. You probably want to try and get a little bit aggressive. Already you see Brave walking up screen.
Lotus needs to be careful, comes straight up and wins the fight. So does LaRock. That was the Breach player that was playing from main for late utility to support the site when it came through. As the players hit the site though, they're getting hit hard with bullets, but they can hit back even harder. Another pistol round for Pacific. Eternal Fire yet to get one of their own.
Yeah, once again, I feel as if already there are worrying signs from Eternal Fire, just in terms of how they are trying to play off of one another. Now here, this is a brilliant entry kill. You've managed to find Rose, and then in terms of the post plant, you know, burning the wick at both ends. We've got one player towards screens pushing up, that's Brave, loses the 1v1. One player back in main trying to support the flank. I believe that was Izzy, ended up going down. It's just everyone resting on their own devices. And as much as these individuals can win the game for Eternal Fire, they can also lose it. And I think they need to be aware of that.
Yeah, I think that's the other aspect. Loita did just get a glimpse of a player before being TP'd away. I mean, that just sums it up.
It does. It definitely does. And, you know, while we have a moment, I do just want to open up a narrative as well. The old BBL versus the new BBL, of which we have BBL PCIFIC in the server, but then Eternal Fire, I think, they represent the original roster that we saw, the DNA of this team taken from that place. Cider X as the in-game leader has struggled quite a lot on the attack side so far. And from where he takes his influence, with his debut at the elite level happening on BBL, how he sets up this roster and his philosophy, I think is very much built upon that experience. You're looking at aggressive players such as Brave and Kushner, who are part of that team, capable of delivering exciting wins with opportunistic plays, but just not quite refined enough, I think, with the tactical depth to actually elevate them beyond being a mid-tier EMEA standing team at the time, as one of those names is going to go down just now. And as I'm sort of monologuing here, I think the perfect example of that would be the only international event we ever saw the old BBL play, their defeat to DRX at Lock-In, which then represents the wider issues with this style of play. Bringing it back to this match then, where the similarities lie, I think there is also contrast. This BBL PCIFIC side, on the other hand, have shown what can be achieved by blending that talent with a clearer structure after a year of development now, whereas Eternal Fire still feel stuck in their old ways.
100% spot on, mate. Thank you very much. I guess we can just stop watching the final now, but no, yeah, you're spot on, right? It's this next development, and it's something that has been spoken about from many people. LaRock was caught by a trap, by the way. He couldn't get any further forward and still wins it out with his judge. Eternal Fire have left scratching their heads. They're going to look elsewhere on the map. And at this point, BBL PCIFIC have already reset the formation across the map and what avenues they're looking to hold.
You're only just now starting to ask those first questions towards mid, and even then, so tame that BBL PCIFIC don't know you're there. A regroup and a re-hit towards the B side of the map as Brave's just been bookmarking this space up until now, but utility to work with to stop this coming in. Larok's got the nade on a quick rotation, Paranoia's there, BBL PCIFIC to hold their ground.
Kushner has got towards the backside, and those players who were blinded, not anymore. As soon as those eyes come back to look, you are going to die. Only one back in the conversation, unfortunately, it was Rose.
Yeah, and it's just more of the same, honestly. It doesn't feel like Eternal Fire have learned from any of the mistakes in the previous encounter on Split. We know that BBL PCIFIC put presence on both extremities. Rose is going to be dogging through. You've got players that want to push on up in A main. This time it's Larok with the judge, and they're caught completely blindsided by it. You know, within the review and everything else, it just screams a lack of awareness. It's really, really worrying right now. They've still not won a round, Cairo. It's been 2 maps.
Yeah, it's been 16 rounds in total, on to the 17th, and they're on an eco. So you're thinking, oh, this result could go a bit longer. Have we ever seen back-to-back 13-0s?
Don't. You're not allowed. And Izzy at the very least wins that first engagement, which now recalls the attention of BBL PCIFIC towards the A side of the map. Quick one-way put up by Cruin. Opens up the cage. But Eternal Fire advancing, and swiftly, Kreven safe pair of hands. And Loiter, a lick of damage onto Anima. Hadn't finished, no! Pistols clap back all of a sudden. Eternal Fire have numbers! They have a 3 versus 1! Larok is stunned inside the smoke, and while the flick lands for the first, the nade is so key to get that second kill, it misses.
Late win condition coming in from the Cypher Hazard, but LaRock needs to get this first pick first.
He needs the information. Looks back for Izzy, checks both ways. Crept round the corner, still yet to be spotted. His head finally pokes out. Outlaw, shot hits. Only 10 HP though. Still a chance for LaRock. bated breath. He peeks around the corner. Next player here is Izzy. Last one off for Anima. As low as he is, Eternal Fire can't get any lower. They've hit rock bottom, Cairo. Still, BBL Pacific do not bend the knee.
Hazza, that's the round that you watch and you think, well, Eternal Fire, there's no way they can give it up. You've got the late luck coming through. You've got a player who's hiding, playing for the utility, the full shebang. Somehow Anima hasn't died there and still hitting shots. And Eternal Fire still miss out on the opportunity. That shot's ridiculous, by the way. The confidence to wide peak as well. LaRock and BBL Pacific are unbeatable.
Up until the full buy, that is, we'll have to see just how much further this one goes. This wild of wildest dreams. The way that things have started for BBL Pacific, but just waiting for if that will continue. Rose with the dog. It's actually hit the stun onto Izzy, so while he didn't spot him, does now take the information in tow. Eternal Fire with mid-space, something they've not encountered all too often. But now in trying to marry the ideas together, BBL Pacific go flying into their face and manage to break one of the arms of that push in the process.
Massive information though. They know that aiming is clear, where the rest of the players could possibly be. And look at this, Loiter has even gone and found one player in Garage. The two players moving through heaven need to be able to get a pick here.
Power push coming in. They've relied on Brave in Garage a lot of times so far, but Kushner can finally stand up and be counted. Another retake which BBL Pacific come into at a numbers disadvantage, but that hasn't seemed to be a problem so far today.
Showstopper available for Kushner if he really needs it. Has a 2 flashes as well for Anima.
Nade on LaRock is the one bit of utility that could get you excited, and that's because it's played in comeback. Op shot lands. Brave's thinking about a peek. Has to hold his nerve. Loses his head in the process instead, and it's another Anima clutch situation. Thrust into this position, forced to face the music, finds the first of the kills and on to comeback. He has won this duel before, he will win it again. The lifeline that was needed comes in the form of the former Pacific player teammate.
Has taken 18 rounds for Eternal Fire to get the first, but most importantly, they finally have it. BBL Pacific do really well all throughout this round. They get damage after damage. They play it to perfection. They need to play a comeback. I mean, LaRock being able to get that last remaining player. It's just Anima being able to isolate the duels that ends up winning it. At the end of the day, though, now it's about Eternal Fire rolling this momentum and trying to get some rounds like sequentially together. This is a swing round though. If Eternal Fire lose this, they don't have a bye for the next.
BBL Pacific equally so haven't exactly found themselves sitting on fortune in the context that these close rounds have finished off. LaRock dying in mid is the early death, which gives control to Eternal Fire, but it's swiftly being rescinded, eroded away through Garage. As you can see, Kreven and Loiter both pushing up. Rose needing impact, getting it. The captain doing what he does best, leading by example. While the crunch is going to come in and remove him from the situation, the flank is swiftly arriving, and the numbers are equal for now.
Look where Eternal Fire are going though. There's a cypher towards CT here. Comeback knows about it.
It's a 1v1. He goes for the no-scope into the next fight. Classics burst against each other. And as they lock horns, it's on to Loiter once more, but his chance will just have to wait for another set of heroics, because Eternal Fire have strung rounds together. Not a sentence we were able to say in a very long time.
It's good though. I mean, it'll give a little bit of hope to Eternal Fire. Listen guys, we can do this. At the same time, 2 ultimates invested. They've got a couple more on which to work with. Remember, this is split as well. That's the other aspect to it. The defensive side can sometimes find it easier than being on the attack, and BBL Pacific aren't happy with how things have been going. Timing out, key, understanding how the map is working, and understanding that BBL Pacific are maybe getting ahead of themselves a little bit.
He's such an important character in building that team culture. All of the players wanting to fight for one another, from that Premier run promoted into the Turkish League to becoming its first ever back-to-back champion. The huddles pre-match so important to the chemistry that they've built up against other teams like CGN, which on that stage you saw just were not at the races. Big game mentality, something so important for these guys, and game management as well, because as I said before, so many of those grand finals have gone to deciders, and even when they've started well, they've faded away as the games have gone on, and I think identifying this nice and early is really important.
I think like that's the thing, right? Ro's a leader within the server in terms of being able to like say guys like listen, talk to each other more. But I think he's just that larger figure, you know, that older figure in which to rely upon, not larger necessarily.
Big brother, right? Something along those lines. Someone over the age of 20. Crazy to say. In this round, there isn't all too much going for BBL Pacific. It doesn't start the way that they want. The duelist double up towards A could still be a silver lining. Comeback is already so close. Is he unscoped? Just at the wrong moment. Op fed back into his hands, but now he's on an island.
Yes, knows that there's players towards heaven or sees him at last minute. Larocque was going elsewhere and knows that there's a showstopper heading his way and can't escape it. Now up to Loiter, who has been good for a clutch before, and there's a rifle at his feet with utility to work with. If he clutches this, I don't know, man. I think it's just impossible to try and beat him.
It does feel that way. He has the tools for the job. Paranoia. First the Omen smokes, next one coming up in 10 seconds or less, but Kushner on a tight angle. Oh, Loiter's managed to beat him. I don't know how that's happened, but once again, Loiter capturing lightning in a bottle. The spike plant in the sight, but he peeks towards Anima's direction, as solo as he was, not defenseless. Breach stands tall. And so Eternal Fire bring themselves within one round, as expected. But even then, it's not until the very death that the round is decided.
I mean, there's duels in there that it could go either way. I think at the same time, though, Eternal Fire are starting to look more like themselves. They've reset after a very quick start from Pacific in this map. This round, though, most important. Armageddon online, Operator in Izzy's hands, but there's also an Operator in Comeback's hands.
There is Eternal Fire up in the pace, led off the leash. This one would be the equalizer if they can find a way to make it stick. All of this initial aggression is to place a trap, stop the reclear, don't let BBL Pacific get advantageous positions, because this is what their defense is all about. Being proactive on either end of the map. Loiter locking it down on the left-hand side as three players are getting ready to work from this dog.
It's the drone elsewhere, though, that's clearing out towards B, having as that fake information. BBL Pacific need to find out.
That Seeker's just committed as well for a little bit of extra information. Izzy was the only player here, so a chance to isolate. Anima supporting elsewhere. The stun's still not enough. Rose going down solo, but has brought a big opportunity for his two duelist players. Only one can capitalize. That will be Comeback, but even his best effort falls short of the mark. So Eternal Fire go into post with numbers.
Tries to commit to the way that BBL Pacific have been playing. Lotus
Hello.
Behind Kushner. And we're back to 2v2. The ultimate invested from the Teho, and Greven somehow escaped it. Escaped the line of sight of Cider as well. In a 1 versus 2. There's 2 TPs which Loiter can perhaps use himself, but no, would rather play the 2v1. Play with his teammate. They've cleared all the way to elbow and got onto the spike. Already halved. Loiter looks away and allows Cider a chance. But he doesn't able to capitalise. And not picked back up, and BBL Pacific answer right back.
It's frustrating for Eternal Fire as well with the ult invested, because that Armageddon, usually every time you saw them commit that towards screens, the round was won. This was nice supportive utility from Anima to just confirm the trade, and Rose going forward solo, leading the torch so the rest of BBL Pacific can follow, is exactly the kind of play you expect from the selfless captain. It's still a very close round though, and even when you see them have big pop-off moments, with the amount of energy there is in this team, he will be quick to address the shortcomings there.
Yeah, Larocque, with money being so tight, will pick up a judge here. Remember, only 2 players were able to survive that last round, and it looks like Eternal Fire are looking to turn up the pace, turn up the heat, try and get quick on towards the A side, and this is a set play that they've been doing a few times in terms of depositing that trap that you mentioned earlier.
I'm putting Izzy here as well because his position doesn't exactly scream statement of intent for an A execute. Usually it's the op that he wants to be able to deny any kind of aggressive peek, but forced to fall back as the dog will trigger the first of the traps, the second one broken. Eternal Fire are grouping up for this A play once again, but Larocque is the canary in the coal mine, the extra information, the deep probe on B, which has not been dealt with, an issue so many times for the Fire. Could be their undoing here, but BBL Pacific on the ropes in vent. Now repositioning at the perfect time.
As the smoke comes in, this will be the information that they're looking for. Kreven towards that elbow. Paranoia placed to perfection. And Kushner doesn't get the chance. The combination from the side player and the Heaven player is spot on. 2 players left on Eternal Fire, Anima being one who's able to usually duel Eternal Fire out of sticky situations, but instead they'll stay stuck, and BBL Pacific get their 6th.
Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Once again, it's frustrating to watch for Eternal Fire. It's the same issues I was mentioning before. The lack of tactical depth, not creating enough pressure in the mid-round. If you're wanting to default the way that they are at this point in time, it's only towards A. And with the space that they had, they thought, okay, this will be sufficient, but BBL Pacific know your tricks. Larocque's been sat in garage, you know, waxing cars, doing whatever, relaxing, right, revving up the motor, chilling, listening to tunes. Doesn't matter. As soon as he gets into that position, then BBL Pacific have the freedom on the map that they need. And once again, I can't help but feel it's one of those situations where the round is settled early on. You know, credit to BBL Pacific where it's due, but Eternal Fire need to be a little bit better here, a little more clinical.
I agreed, 100%. And with this timeout coming through, we're seeing the Rolling Thunder sitting there as means in which to work with, but I think the point that you're making there about the proactivity that BBL Pacific have, and that being an issue for Eternal Fire, they need to, that's something that they need to deal with. Like, we always see teams, when they default, go and poke and prod at least every lane once, right, before going and making their decision. And the fact that Eternal Fire are like poking towards mid and then like not doing anything with B, like for a fair few rounds now, is posing an issue. And again, they're not doing it this round either.
Rose is early with the Dog's investment this time. Kushner trying to leapfrog it. Rose should have been ready, but Kushner claims a similar fight. Larocque will retain the ramp control at the very least, so strong position for BBL Pacific to try and convert in post. Do Eternal Fire go searching again, or will they get punished? Do they get a chance? Izzy snipes him out the sky.
And Rolling Thunder investing straight off the bat. They're looking to play in towards CT and come back. I mean, he's only got one back. Needs more. Certainly looks to be able to do this. Dashes back up online. And Anima doesn't want anything to do with this in towards CT. There's rifles to pick up, which would be much more favourable at close range.
Both initiators in a 1 versus 2 again, and side of salvos will be coming up soon. They are isolated, so Comeback is thinking about the opportunity of clawing one of these kills away. It's Anima that he's going to get. Cider dropping salvos to make it difficult to escape, but not difficult enough to deny the operator. A thrifty round in the end. Eternal Fire with, what, 1 or 2 rifles in the hand of Kushner. That's how it started.
I think as well, like that second pick for me is like the pick that I think, oh, this is going to be how Eternal Fire lose the round by BBL Pacific retaking towards ramp, which they don't do. And I think that it's interesting as well because they saw the salvos come from like sewers. I thought like, oh, let's go and isolate the individual player. It doesn't come in. This time though, Eternal Fire are starting towards the B side more heavier.
Kushner in VCT the last 3 years with BBL. The organisation he's now pitted against. can be so key in opening these rounds for Eternal Fire. With Tower already taken away, they're closing in from both ends. Loiter to come in late, but for now, the site must stand. Comeback collecting the first of those kills, and behind the cage, the rest of the team get inside. Loiter finding another double, and while Eternal Fire will respond, the resistance is futile. The 7th has settled the opening half. BBL's Pacific advantage confirmed.
That's what they're looking for, right? A good first half, and not only that, an advantage to concrete that idea, right? If Eternal Fire, I think we're able to get 6, it would have been insane. Anima's spray down is amazing, but it's not the be-all and end-all. Kushner has gone for Glass Cannon Vandal, Showstopper in the back pocket if needed. I think that's probably the most important ultimates that we'll get this round.
An initial cam that is the catalyst which will get comeback to spot the ankle of Brave. Paranoia for a peek. They know the op is advanced here. The Showstopper over the top, finding him. Still needs to isolate Krevin, the discipline. Oh! Kushner clears it! He just had an idea that the Cypher might be creeping around. The trick's too well. 5v3. And now that Izzy has his vision back, Eternal Fire are back in the driver's seat. 5 rounds picked up. That's not too bad for a first half after what we saw at the start of this.
It certainly isn't. But with that being said, Eternal Fire will need to make a better defensive half to win this map out. BBL Pacific have been good on their attack. Let's see if they can be even better in this next half.
Return to the defensive side for Eternal Fire, where they built their comeback up against Mandatory. Shallow of the 9-3 this time, of course, but with the knowledge in mind that they only took 2 rounds from this side last time out against their biggest rivals. We need to see a strong start. And with all 5 players in Garage, there is a reaction for this with Utility.
Again, we've seen Eternal Fire play these traps before. They haven't worked, but it looks like this one is. Nade in, can it get Krevin? Well, Cider certainly can. Already a distinct advantage in having to rescue back a spike. Anima's pushing forward. I think we can confirm that Eternal Fire will finally have a pistol round. And what was something like 7, now the 8th. 1 and 8 is absolutely incredible numbers to think about.
This is exactly what Eternal Fire needed, though. The pistol previously was a flawless win for BBL Pacific in the second half. It won't be for Eternal Fire now that Comeback has found his mark. We know he has a real affinity for the Frenzy. Unfortunately enough, that's not the pistol that you want at this kind of range. As Cider has already shown his face and given that information
30 seconds
back.
left.
30 seconds or less to try and get this one done, and Brave should be ready. Still, comeback is just quick enough.
I mean, they keep gifting comeback 1v1s. That's not what you want to do. Attach it to site. I mean, he still managed to get another. I mean, it makes a good go of it. These are the type of rounds where you're thinking, yeah, well, that's an Eternal Fire. They're definitely going to be converting this one. They do, but not before losing 3 players, which, I mean, the first one, fair enough. Second, okay, maybe we need to hold back. But the third, I don't know.
Comeback tax. Comeback tax. When the tax man knocks on your door, you have to pay up. So, with 3 kills there, it's not going to be enough to incite any kind of a force. BBL Pacific are smart enough not to go for that. They aren't a team which takes those kinds of risks. As I said before, as explosive as they are, they still play by the book. 4 players into Garage again with that late alert Kreven. Can they pressure enough to stop Kushner? Apparently not.
At the same time, though, Brave has the Bulldog. Kreven, I mean, he's on a wander right now towards the B Heaven spot. He's looking about to see how much damage he can realistically do. And with 1 player on a pistol, you're probably looking at least 2 to do distinct damage to what Eternal Fire have.
Adam is so aware. I mean, it was a cool timing taken by Kreven, but even then, his counterpart, former teammate, as I said before, longest standing rival of BBL Pacific back from the Howl days, is here. And as we've said before, when you look at Eternal Fire as a team, they'll now make their last stand for the first stage, and they're not just filling that gap that was left behind from Howl last year, but surpassing it, propelling their country to new levels on the EMEA stage. As bad as that first map was, this bonus could signal the start of their campaign.
I mean, that's it, right? We spoke about it before. Kushner has just missed the opportunity to grab Loiter there. But every grand final,
down.
I mean, BBL Pacific have lost at least 1. Kushner has made BBL Pacific lose 1. That player being Loiter that we spoke about earlier.
In both teams' preparation for this game, there was so much conditioning mid last time. Now you're just seeing fights taken on both extremities. Eternal Fire winning the early ones means that they have a great A setup to just stop the rest of the push when it comes through. So as I said, that road back to the grand final is only going to get better with the bonus round converted.
Doing damage to the attack economy, that's the best thing. And not only that, they've denied the spike in every round so far. And that's those extra 400 credits that would maybe allow for a repurchase in the next. It wouldn't be able to be done here. And yeah, I mean, this is uncharacteristic of BBL Pacific. Usually in the rounds we see them have some sort of fight back, but there's been absolutely nothing so far.
Valorant is a game often decided by its rematches, so with that extra preparation in mind, like I said, the mind games played into. Mid was left open, although Anima solo here, again, strikes similarity with what we saw from them before. Players fighting solo in an isolated area. Kushner has come in for support, and with the drone finding nothing A, they have a stack.
The players, I mean, they need to win the duels first. Kushner's Outlaw does well. Has to go on to the Classic and still gets another. Kreven, though, getting rid of Brave is a big kill towards the front of site, because that's a rifle that can easily be picked up. The spike has been forfeited though, and Loiter needs to somehow find a way to get back onto site to get that spike down. Kreven's rifle is the one that's doing the damage, trying to spam through, and he even invested the neural theft. Eternal Fire managed to get over the line.
Another great round from Kushner. Once more, he's the aggressor. And sure, they are up against a very light buy in that situation. The one thing that Pacific have going for them is pace. As soon as that first duel is taken, Anima such a late heads up in terms of the way the contact was set. I really would have preferred the Outlaw on the angle first, I think, to be honest, for then the Breach player to come off it, but even then the tradability difficult. Isn't this a sign of the times? Second timeout from BBL Pacific, starting to sweat a little bit. Hot under the collar, not what we expect from them in these sort of situations, but it's a grand final after all, and that is a different conversation entirely.
I think the last time they did this was against Enterprise, right? On Fracture, off the top of my head. That's like 3 matches ago, and it was only on Fracture, a map which they lost quite convincingly and then bounced back from. With that being said, Eternal Fire starting to make their opponents sweat for the first time in what it seems like since the grand final of Turkey.
Yeah, of course, you just got to add that extra bit of context in there, but like you say, the Fracture map, the only map taken away from a Turkish team by someone outside of the region, and that little nugget of copium will be enough to keep Bodok's Twitter account alive for the next few months. So he's happy at the very least. But as we know, BBL Pacific want things to head in a better direction now. It's dog into mid as we're seeing this fight taken by them yet again. Anima beyond the smoke. It's the kind of first kill that Eternal Fire would have been dreaming of the last time they played this. Once again, really important detail there in terms of the micro contact. There's a player peeking off. How many times was it just one person in mid last time? I'm so happy to see that they've actually highlighted that and made an improvement.
100%. But this is the full Cypher setup. Camp gone, still the traps survive, which is giving that passive information to Eternal Fire. As he repositioning towards CT, gets Rose. And now the last 2 remaining of Kreven and Loiter have to try and find 4, one of which is an operator that's standing at the back of A site.
Oh, that trap broken. Eternal Fire need to be a little bit more heads up in terms of these angles. You've still got Anima waiting in the wings from Vent. He can very quickly activate with a full utility belt. Kreven, nothing left on his person, put to the ground. And the team that breaks double digits first is the Fire.
A statement that you maybe didn't think you'd say, has it? Just because of how dominant BBL Pacific have been. A nice shoulder peek from Izzy. I think that was twice. He did it once on the site to say to Kushner, listen, it's your turn to peek. And the other one just at that CT spot on screens. Seems as if Eternal Fire are becoming a lot more disciplined, and not only that, a little bit more well-oiled in terms of how they're playing off one another, because there's been a few times where one person maybe have peaked and the other one doesn't.
BBL Pacific committing to the double duelist that they have done on a few maps with Larok's soft role change means that you need that support network. If Comeback isn't doing it, then someone's got to help initiate. It's going to be Larok over the top, but it's the showstopper the opposite way, which carries the headlines just for a moment. Rifles back in their hands, 2-on-2. There is a real chance that BBL Pacific can overturn this now.
And not only that, it's utility to work with. One smoke, paranoia, and also the Raze nade is still up, and so is the boom bot.
Not the best of positions to use it from, though, if you're Larok, and as soon as Anima finds 1 kill, the ult will finish the round where it sits. There you have it. If he chooses to invest now in the 2v1, and then Loiter should be a dead man walking, but with the Sheriff in his hands, it's too tall a task. Brave beats his mirror pick, and with that, Eternal Fire just 2 rounds away from taking this map.
Yeah, the health was already low on Loiter as well. As you already had pointed out, the position's not the greatest either. I mean, it all comes from this brawl out and through ramps. On top of that, though, like, again, it's Eternal Fire playing off one another and being able to actually brawl and fight. Sure, BBL Pacific are on Sheriffs, but you saw that they can make you feel the hurt from that. At the minute, though, we are currently at 7 rounds in a row, the longest run of rounds Eternal Fire have had against BBL Pacific in what seems like, God knows how long.
But it's half of what the longest streak of rounds so far in the series is, though, carried between maps. So our attention is kept for the time being on what BBL Pacific will try and do. They've never really liked to go ramp when heading A. very little will you see them split it. So just Rose with the Seekers in vent, stunned up, Cider wins the fight, and with the first of those duelists gone on this re-engage to the site, the first Inquisition that they make through main, Eternal Fire happy to invest the Armageddon to confirm the round. Everyone dies. Cider doesn't care who he kills as long as there's an Eternal Fire player left standing to confirm the round win. Map point on their pick. The response was required, and so the grand final should go on.
The other aspect to this, BBL Pacific haven't got any more timeouts, so it is just a run towards the end. And Eternal Fire, they have one of their own if things do start to get rocky. But I can imagine Rose will be given a rallying cry for the last remaining 30 seconds of the round. But Comeback has 2 players to fight before he can save this rifle.
And he's not going to get a chance to beat either of them. Brave, quicker than him to it. Right off the mark, Eternal Fire, chaining rounds back to back. An idea from Rose, which didn't amount to much. Cider brings the ult online. And as X marks the spot between the Eternal Fire players, they just confirm it. I mean, is he hopeful in finding something there, but nothing going. And not for BBL Pacific either. Banging their heads against the wall as it's another A play they're going to try and brute force.
Showstopper and Larocque. Something that could push players back when it comes down to these duels, and already Eternal Fire have got the first. Larocque, this rocket doesn't hit uncharacteristically, but the salvos do, and Cider looks to grab Eternal Fire, drag them over the line, and get their first map win since the grand finals of Turkey.
Had to wait a damn long time to find themselves in this position, but Cider, with his cool head, has kept Eternal Fire in this. The rest can be credited for their work as well. A split map which last time was very much dictated by the way that mid was taken has evolved as the competition has gone on, and as you expect them to do coming into a grand final setting. It is unique in the sense that just this one series can put to bed all of the bad news that they've received from BBL up until this point. Cushion has done brilliant work to send them in motion, but can't close the final by himself just yet.
Paranoia is not
Brave can't either.
Oh, it did hit. It's just a spam that's worked out from Loiter. And when a round you think it should be over the line, Eternal Fire on a shaky peg here. BBL Pacific looking to plant safe, and Crevin's trying to find something back in the conversation to make this a 2v2.
Oh, there's no utility here on BBL Pacific though. Anima has the stun, the aftershock to work with. Backs against the wall if you don't want this map to end here and now.
Cider's got 4 on for the ace to finish out the map, but I'm sure Eternal Fire will be just happy to find Loiter, a player who's managed to clutch up time and time and time again. There's no way, there's a chance he can do it once more, but it will not happen as he gets the last kill, and Eternal Fire get their first map against BBL Pacific since the grand finals of Turkey.
Since kickoff, they've waited to try and flip the script. Multiple appearances against one another from the upper final, now coming into the grand final. As I said, that tide can turn so quickly. BBL Pacific are a team in these situations where I say they've matured, but the record still goes against the kind of trend that you want to see from them, even winning that first map 13-0. Back into the home ground of Eternal Fire, they're able to do exactly what it was that we required from them to extend play to at very least that 4th map. And so, Cairo, for the first time, we can say we're not going to commentate a sweep.
Yeah, that is very, very true. But I tell you what, the analysts, they'll be dying to get into this one, since that is the first map that has been won by Eternal Fire.
It has, it really has. Now Eternal Fire wanted a piece of that pie, getting themselves a 9-round consecutive streak by the end of that one, really showing some maturity and showing that the experience that they've gathered through the years as players in VCT can actually pay off in a final like this.
Yeah, it really did look like Eternal Fire. They didn't have a shot in this split at the start, but they adjusted. Round 10 timeout was really crucial. There they made the adjustment. They were like, okay, let's just forget everything. Let's play really straightforward Valorant. And the last 3 rounds that they played on the attacking side were really straightforward. They executed in 30 seconds, and that was really quick. It was hard for BBL Pacific to adjust to that. They won 1 round off of that, but still Eternal Fire, they grasped their way into the game, and after that there was no chance BBL Pacific were coming back.
No, and I think the fact that you see Eternal Fire actually starting winning these clutches, I think we were talking about this earlier on, right? The fact that BBL Pacific were so successful on their clutches. I think up until the first few rounds of the second map, they were 5-0 in positions they were in clutches. They ended up winning. 100% win rate on that is ridiculous. But finally, the fact that Eternal Fire are able to convert their numbers advantages into wins is massive for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And having that revenge against BBL Pacific in their best map, or obviously Eternal Fire's best map, they kind of took that redemption. They were like, okay, this time around, you're not going to take this map away from us, because they already took that 7 map win streak right there. Amazing performance when we went to the defensive side. I think Kushner was amazing with the operator, and it's always really, really hard to play against that operator.
And I think you were also concerned at the start of the game if Eternal Fire could start things off, given how oppressive BBL Pacific were. I think you've got a round to illustrate that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a great round to highlight how BBL Pacific were able to find these clutch situations. Once again, it's a 2 versus 3 situation. This happened over again in Lotus as well. Look at the post plant positions that Eternal Fire has. 1 isolated Kushner here, Breach and Teho on site, just planting the spike. But the isolated Kushner is where everything begins. This is how BBL Pacific, time and time again, were able to find themselves back into this round. 1 versus 1, Loita finds that. Kraven instantly brings out those numbers to BBL Pacific. And look at the adjustment that BBL Pacific does when they have the numbers. You can see this from the X-ray, but look at the position that they play. They both kind of play the same angle. Loita, yeah, sure, he's exposed to the elbow angle, but if Cider ever peaks here, right here, Kraven and Loita, they are both ready to trade. This is exactly what was the difference between BBL Pacific and Eternal Fire. And in the end, when Cider goes forward, yeah, sure, it's Loita who is covering this defuse. They are not quite together, but Kraven was instantly ready to pick off of that. Loita, obviously, with amazing aim, doesn't let that slide.
No, really impressive stuff from BBL Pacific at the start, but it's Eternal Fire that actually are the last ones to have a say through split, which is a really interesting factor of this series. It's 1-1, things are close. Pearl up next, and I think for once we may have a strong best of 5 on our hands here in P. It got scary at the first map though.
Yeah, it definitely did, and I love the adjustment that Eternal Fire brought in the split. They really brought in the confidence, and I'm really happy to see that they gained some momentum here.
Yeah, we'll be finding out if Eternal Fire can actually gain the lead here right after this break.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take
Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
Ooh, you love the fame, you are not the same. Girl, when I was with you. Strung around the place, makeup on your face. Tell me what's your issue? What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me.
Welcome back to Challengers EMEA, everybody, as we are 2 maps in of our grand final already. And I'm glad it's a one-on-one. Things didn't close out as quickly as BBL Pacific were lined up to do. And we do have a series on our hands as Eternal Fire have been able to bounce back with a win on Split. Now, coming into this one MP, there was a slight change in composition. They switched from the Astra to an Omen. Do you think that had anything to do with their success today?
Yeah, absolutely. I do think Brave is more comfortable with the Omen, obviously having 109 officials played with Omen, 53 only with Astra. Sure, Brave is amazing with the Astra as well, but going on that high pace, really heavy execute style that they had in the last 3 rounds, I think the Omen was a key part. I think with the Astra, yeah, you can have a lot of supporting utility, but it's so much harder to follow up with the Astra because you have to be in the Astra form all the time. But I think that's where Cider X Anima both comes out as well.
Ooh.
Amazing utility to kind of support Kushner in his way, but also play a lot of utility for the rest of the team. Also, a lot of great post-plant utility as well.
Indeed, indeed. I feel like that utility was always there, and it wasn't just a utility. His presence was felt everywhere, especially when you're looking at Cider. I feel like Anima came in a little bit later into the rounds, right, when those clutches were a little bit more required and the crucial kills came in. But you're right, no, Cider did feel very oppressive on that map as well. And coming into Pearl here, we've obviously got a different discussion about how these two teams like to get into that map, what kind of agents they like picking up. And let's be honest, it's 2 different ideologies. On the one hand, you've got a Neon Phoenix. You don't see many teams repping that anymore. And then on the other hand, you've got a little bit more meta present with a Tail Fade Yoru. You know, which kind of strength do you feel? I mean, on the one hand, you know, BBL Pacific have got 100% win rate on this map.
Yeah.
So it's obvious to say that this is working for them. But is there some sort of a reply, do you think, that, you know, Eternal Fire can bring?
Yeah, I think Eternal Fire, they kind of have to focus into that mid area on the defensive side. BBL Pacific, they are really heavy to exploit that, but they also like going to the sides, which is really rough in terms of Eternal Fire kind of balancing it out. Where do you want to look for? Eternal Fire, they're obviously running this Cypher. A lot of teams are still already picking up Vice, but it seems like for these Turkish teams, they're really comfortable with the Cypher, and obviously when you have Anima in this roster, why not? Why not go for the Cypher? I'm not expecting any switches like we don't see here. I think for Eternal Fire and BBL Pacific, I kind of want to highlight this Sova Fade difference. Fade, it's easier to play around mid, especially on the attacking side, because you have really close corners that you can clear out with the Prowlers. With the Sova, it's kind of hard. Yeah, you can invest the drone, but it's still a rough situation. That's where the Phoenix comes in. I think I've highlighted this previously as well. Laura can use those curveballs to just clear out the angles, kind of surprise those trap plays that Eternal Fire might have, and then you have comeback following that up, it's gonna be incredibly difficult for Eternal Fire to know when Larok is gonna use that curveball, and that I think they have to be prepared for that. They have to have some kind of trap plays that includes anti-flash positions.
Yeah, and I mean, the curveball is brilliant at those pop flashes, and then when you've got agents that can provide, you know, a lot of different situations like the Cyphers and Astras that both teams do have, then you kind of realize, oh, there's a real strength to this. And that's when, you know, you kind of see Phoenix come to action and break through these sites in the way that BBL Pacific have been able to do all year. Now, a one-on-one has come to the table. We obviously feel that Eternal Fire have found a way in. They found their confidence, but BBL Pacific, I think it's safe to say, that are still favorite with this one. What are some things, prerequisites, or players you think should pop off here from Eternal Fire to keep this tempo rolling?
Oh, that is a great question. I think a lot of that relies on easy. The Yoru is a great deal in this map. You can have easy rotations with the gate crash. You can push really aggressively on the defensive side, but you can also look for picks on the attacking side alone, which I think is going to be one of the most prevalent players here. But Larok orb farming on the BBL Pacific side is going to be incredible as well.
Well, we'll be seeing if BBL Pacific can stay undefeated on Pearl or whether Eternal Fire can find the lead. Here's Hazan Cairo to take you through the action.
Look, Arteska's described it in detail. Izzy on the Yoru here is a big thing to be talking about, considering the fact that when you look at his agent pool, as much as he's been shoehorned into a Sentinel role, he excels the most when he's able to be activated on the duelist. On the flip side, you've got Larok as that secondary duelist, as he was on Split. The difference is this time he has flashes. It's more like an initiator, like the Breach, the comfort pick that we get from him.
Apologies, this is something that we've talked in great detail about previously with the Phoenix like working as the initiator. It's happened in many iterations on many different comps because of the geometry of the map, the 90-degree angles that you find, and that's where the curveballs who have the fastest time to pop in the game will work the best.
Those combinations could be what is required for BBL Pacific to respond, as Eternal Fire have already done brilliantly, channeling all of the experience that they have, 14 combined stages of VCT at the elite level amongst the players on this roster to overturn what was a, you know, roundless Lotus that we saw played.
Still slow, taking their time. Eternal Fire keeping their eyes on the extremities through a couple jump spots. Cider, Anima being those players to do it.
Trade-off in terms of A main information as well. Eternal Fire having already planted their feet there early. 3 players to contest for the orb. That one goes towards Cider X. They re-clear through middle. Up with the stealth drone and set up towards B. It's 4 players versus 5. Eternal Fire outnumbered, but the setup should be enough.
Nice molly to deny the peek from backside, although combat is already there. Brave needs to stand tall, but can't quite do it. And Kushner can't deal with the cage that's been put in front either. A nice line-up for a one-way, and now isolated because of the one-way towards CT. Able to fight his way out into a 3v1. Now Rose has to try and find the round, which he can. And after getting your first pistol round in the last map, able to double up with the first one and the third.
When it came to BBL Pacific's attack on Pearl before, the real problem issue was the B site for them. CGN able to activate many a retake against them. It took individual heroics, clutches from Loiter to make things work. That was where in the comms video you saw Rose hammering home that point about speak up in the middle of the round, talk to each other, create a plan. Where are we trying to fight? Yeah, they're able to isolate Brave towards the pillar, but beyond that point, Eternal Fire sweep up the rest. So another pistol round collected, and just the kind of start that you want to see from them, carrying that momentum forwards.
The other aspect that you've got to be thinking about here, just when we start to get later into this best of 5 for the minute though, look at the activation on A main, able to get the first pick. And that's a Guardian as well that can be brought into someone's hands, and of course it's Comeback that's going to pick it up.
Cider a little complacent, not fully clearing the corner before going for the orb. He'll be dead. No value in this round, and Creven, once more, his lurks are so huge for the team! Oh, you don't want to watch that. Through your fingers, put your hands in front of your face. BBL Pacific had such a big opportunity to make this round a possibility. But I think it's best left at this point in time. Eternal Fire get what they deserve.
Yeah, uncharacteristic is definitely a word I would use here. At the same time though, highlighting weaknesses here. Kevin just unlucky not to be hitting those shots. From then on in, it gets pretty easy, and I think it was 3 players that got through to the next round, so the bonus will still look pretty decent, especially with the Izzy on that Outlaw. All 5 players though are on heavy shields to note on BBL Pacific.
Of course. And this early duel for the A orb only intensifies when you look at how close Larok is, as you've put.
Standing ahead.
One of the ways in which they can create space for their team, again, alike to an initiator. Didn't get as much value as he would have wanted from it last time, and with Loiter lost to Izzy's Outlaw early, this Yoru pick already is having such big value. Omnipresent on the map, as the rotation's already been forced towards the A site. Some of that early utility invested to clear out this space. Izzy follows up for a second.
That's insane. I mean, it doesn't matter if you've got heavy shields, if you can just click the head. Run it back there for Larok to go and clear the site if needed, but I think at this point, BBL Pacific will probably be hoping that they can find a pick before they can commit any ultimates towards this map, towards this round, sorry. Shock, and it's spot on, and that's that one pick that we were talking about. At the same time, Creven's walked all the way on towards B and unlocked it.
Won't make that mistake twice. It's a brilliant position from Creven yet again. One of his key qualities, being able to open up this kind of space, and with Rose disengaging from the A site, threading his way through Art, moving a step closer towards the ultimate of his own, as Larok is still holding on to this run it back. Just going to invest it to clear the cross, and now you don't expect Creven to be close. Izzy has his own ult online. It's not going to come in at the right time!
Brilliant, and now the Haunt as well can be used, although Kushner might have played just a little bit too early here.
Player advantage, BBL Pacific once again. The gap in the armor, the B site post plant. Contact cannot be taken. Larok instead fights forwards. Kushner found, and with fire at the feet of the walk up to Hall, you just can't get into the site. And I'm just saying the same thing again. Creven finding BBL Pacific another important round due to his due diligence on the opposite end of the map. You can't turn your attention away for a second, because he will punish you for it.
Yeah, it's really nice map play. I mean, the fact that they used the run it back to play Creven in like that, you're already starting to see how effective that Phoenix can actually be. All in though, is absolutely top-notch stuff. To play the map in which BBL Pacific did, an escape from the A site, which they've been hit time and time again. Izzy's op is there, is able to escape. A little bit of damage being done through utility. Larok having to chase his own molly, but again, back on that ultimate orb. And you can see the priority from BBL Pacific in terms of how they want to move around the map, where the ultimate orb that they want to fight for the most is.
I mean, even Larok using the molly instead of the wall tells you what you need to know about how impactful that update to Phoenix's tech has been. Because it's going to allow them to dissect the site a little more here as they did previously. It's the Hunter's Fury instead to clear out those common positions backside. 2 players currently sat inside Secret, about to double up and be 4 or 5. Retake coming in, all hands on deck for Eternal Fire.
Traded out equal at the moment. That orb is still going to provide an issue to come back in on, but Kushner's rifle is providing an issue as well as the rest of Eternal Fire. Spike not able to get down, And it's straight back towards Eternal Fire here. BBL PCIFIC, I think that's the longest we've seen them be at a disadvantage, like especially considering from that second map of Split.
Coming into the retake 5v5 as well, you want to see the cinematic cam here. I mean, BBL PCIFIC taking decent fights towards backside, but Eternal Fire still able to hold on to that space. It doesn't get eaten up beneath their feet. Standing on solid ground now, as that's the first full rifle buy between the teams that swings in their direction. BBL PCIFIC down on their luck, so it's a variation on the theme of A-sided execute. This time, a lot more prerogative for the art space to be taken. Navigating main smartly, but the cam's already spotted them.
Pushing up, it's on the back lines as well. Oh, he shot early. Can't get more than that. Bites at the apple as it's being pulled away. Cider is able to get one, but it's trade central right now. And as you can see across the map, BBL PCIFIC, they have the information they need to mid-round and are heading towards B. Brave is going to be a big 1 versus 1. Traded out against Kreven. As he's up here, the map begins to develop more and more. Rose is known about, checked by Anima, caught. Now a trap invested to make sure that they have concrete information about whether Kreven wants to go in that same direction.
Players are on the opposite sides of the map. Anima down to 45 points of health. It's going to take more than one body shot from Kreven's Vandal to damage him.
Planted the spike.
It's already crept to go ahead and take this fight. Confident is Anima to close out the round. Eternal Fire with 4. Izzy not required to end things on favourable terms.
Yeah, Neural Theft already got it, so just waiting for Izzy to get here to defuse it. And I think like this is something that Eternal Fire have maybe been getting caught out with, is that when that initial hit comes in, they over-rotate to try and stop it, which you would as a normal team, right? But it's in this mid-rounding where BBL PCIFIC are being really good at pivoting through mid from A to B, and I think this is where you're going to have to see Eternal Fire maybe commit a trap or two, maybe even a cam, just to spot in case BBL PCIFIC are trying to move away from the site and catch the players off guard.
Yeah, the setup and protocols are different for Eternal Fire than how BBL PCIFIC play it with their comp. You already heard MP highlight it, but Rose is the rotate mid player towards connector, where a lot of the time Kushner may not even take up the role that you currently see him in. They just leave a vacuum and make sure to be aware of the possibility of that sewer play as they were in the previous round. This time, the Stealth Drone's going to highlight both of the duelists grouped up in art. It's a repeat of the execute. This time they have the guns. BBL PCIFIC will feel confident about their chances, but as I said before, Eternal Fire with backside control are a very strong team. Issue is Kushner has been sold out just a little bit here.
So much utility. 2 delay as well. When they come into the site, you can see the Nightfall waiting to be used, and when it is used, a lot of players being hit there. The Haunt haven't been able to highlight. I think that was comeback, and Anima as well being supportive here. Now, the more players towards back of sight need to try and hold the line, but it's disconnected by the blaze wall of Larocque, and Kreven getting rid of Anima. We're down to 3v3, an operator which has to retake as well. Another thing to note, Cider caught, Larocque trying to re-clear back towards Art, make sure there's no flanks coming in, and Loiter even escaping towards main. Brave back in, Kreven still not thought about, being able to take away the Astra utility, and now the op of the Yoru has to come up clutch, which it cannot, and BBL PCIFIC will get their second round, and it's taken them 6 rounds to do it.
Yeah, it's been a difficult path back through into some of these gun rounds. I mean, utility and response was great. I really like the way that Kushner tried to play this hold. But as I said before, the extra positions aren't too complementary of where he sits in the dugout. Kreven repossessing that space and using it to close out. As I said before, when you play A on Pearl, having backside control is so important. It's why we see Anima invest both cages to deny that almost immediately. The only change that he makes this time is a trap towards Art, but BBL Pacific are already thinking about this B execute, which is very strong with their composition. And with their ults.
Magnum Cam as well, just to keep an eye on mid in case there's a replay from that point of view, and they can also keep an eye on main as the run it back comes in. Brave is the only one to get rid of it. Actually, the siege was spot on, but the bullets have not been. The rifles of Eternal Fire have not been hitting. The Cosmic Divide able to get the spike down safely, and BBL Pacific, well, they'll set up the perfect post plan because they have time to do it.
And with Brave dead as well, you're missing the Cosmic Divide coming back into your retake here. Down by 2 players. I think that's already more than enough, but still, Eternal Fire will give this a go.
Got to try. Well, they've already got the first, can't quite get the second. Still a massive deficit in which to try and fight back from. An Eternal Fire, you can see already thinking about how to escape. Kevin caught, and there's the escape. Both players managing to keep their rifles, and on top of that, getting that one step closer to the Dimensional Drift, as well as keeping that Armageddon for the next round.
Yeah, I think Izzy really would have loved the exit there to just bring himself one away. As I said before, you've got such strong tools to play retake with here. Brave goes down swinging. Would really have liked that second kill to come back, and I think that makes a huge difference in terms of the situation. Still not really somewhere you'd expect him to stabilize beyond the smoke. Yeah, back on the Astra, a lot more mechanical of an agent. Difficult to learn in comparison to the way that the Omen plays, and less aggressive at the same time, despite how we know he likes to play up close to those smokes.
Rogue rifles to provide an issue. Don't think the cam was invested to look towards the mid from what I could see. Creven,
no,
maybe just wait. Yeah, there you go. So,
oh, you mean the attack?
Yeah, the attack cam. The attack cam.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh dear, oh dear.
As you say, they got their drone in now, and come back.
Gun here.
Finding that kill on Art means that Eternal Fire extremely constricted. You wouldn't be surprised if they were to take the peak, and there it is. It comes through from Izzy. Goes down, regroup for the B play. However, the one asterisk on this is the setup from Anima. With the weapons that they've got, you don't fancy the chances though. Despite Brave getting that one kill, I don't think it's going to be enough. And BBL Pacific are going to slow down the pace here as well with the traps, or maybe just run past them.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could jump over traps like that, but you can't quite jump over the bullets that Anima is putting forward. Kushner is late back in, but he's picked up one of the rifles that was lost in Art.
Spike planted.
Being noted, thought about with the last remaining players all playing together, you can imagine, yep, it'll be as easy as that. We are all even for the first time since since the beginning of the map.
Yeah. And this is just part of BBL Pacific resetting themselves, coming into their own map pick. And it's part of the best of 5 in general, and the way that it plays, something that they've been getting used to, living the high life and competing in these deep runs, the tournaments that they've played from both in the off-season, Reloaded and Home Ground. Now, kickoff to EMEA. They've had a couple more opportunities, both against a familiar opponent. Comeback's ult invested. There is venom to this push.
Has he, I think, didn't get caught by the cam. Has to be pushed all the way back. Defensive Cosmic Divide in which to work with. Kushner can't quite get to the position he was looking to. Armageddon invested to stop the push coming in, and still Brave can't capitalise off the back of it. Anima spam will. Trying to deny the spike plan, which they cannot do. A 3 versus 4 retake with Larocque so low and no utility in which to bring his health back up.
Well, Izzy's on the op, does still have 2 flashes to try and set up the rest of his team from this position. The salvos have gone in, the peak only just coming out from Creven, but that is a lot of the control lost for BBL Pacific, and the man count equal.
Yeah, that one pick was able to bring the Dimensional Drift online. but as they try and get the information to come back in on, BBL PCIFIC will put a stop to it. Brilliantly played off one another, and again, it looks as if BBL PCIFIC now are starting to look like their old selves.
As we know, the team huddle before every match, every map. What would BBL PCIFIC have been talking about in Istanbul? Not the quickest of trips from Izmir, but now that they've arrived, they do not want to miss another opportunity to close a grand final. Starting to build up some good faith in these situations instead. Taking it round by round, they've whittled away. And with Izzy on this island, you'd expect him to be caught, but the TP timing just enough to remove Rose.
Come back. Oh, he's not able to capitalise. That's unlike him.
Not something you see every day.
Hey, listen, you've got to take your luck when it comes. Ultimate Orb sitting there, it won't bring anything up online. Actually, Loita has the Cosmic Divide after that orb which has been left to them. Creven needs to check the left corner, and as the smoke blooms, catches Brave off guard. And well, there you have it, Cosmic Divide in. Creven now being put in a position in which he can lurk and thrive in the most.
Not seen Eternal Fire re-clear this space. They've just gone straight to the site retake. Izzy another on the Bulldog, but it's lost to the madness, the chaos of the site.
No
what
way.
is this from Kushina? He walked up on top of the vending machine, about to drop down and leave a nasty surprise. Thinks better of it. Holds his nerve. With the support of Anima, they come back into the retake.
Bring them down.
The problem with this though is with them playing from main, Loita can get the most effectiveness out of those stars. Creven just needs to protect him.
Creven is a little isolated in this position, walks away just as soon as QT fills the gap. Caught in this corner, has to be cleared. QT knows now, but it's left too little too late. Anima only with a Sheriff. Must be some top draw shots if he is to save them now, but can't. And so with it a sixth, BBL PCIFIC in the driver's seat once again.
Remember, this was 4-1 coming out of it, and it was a surprise for all of us when BBL PCIFIC did look to see as if they were struggling. In the end though, they've adapted well, and they've managed to win 5 in a row now. That's the other thing to note. Starting to get that momentum rolling, feeling like their old selves again. And on top of that, when you look at their ultimate cycle, every single round that we move forward, another ultimate seems to come online. Rose's Hunter's Fury. We do have the Neuro Theft as well from Kevin, but the op from Izzy.
Disrespecting. It's what you've got to do in this grand final. You can't afford to lose your confidence in those big moments. But as the opener falls flat, it's onto Rose to tag up 2 separate players, down to 45 HP each. With them being the rotates, the B execute is gearing up to be set in motion.
A little pause.
I'll find you.
Wait to see what the response is. As soon as this haunt is shot, they know at least one player is there. Here we go, straight in.
Yeah, it's huge that they use that utility as well, because otherwise players could have rotated off. Brave standing his ground on the B site, but BBL PCIFIC responding kind. And the pre-fire from Loita will finish off Izzy before he gets half his chance to make that response. Laboured from Loita, but just about clean enough for BBL PCIFIC to send themselves within touching distance of that 7th round. Anima will attempt, but an attempt is all it is right now. Nothing given away, no favors from BBL PCIFIC, and so as Anima stews in the silent site, he will be walking into Loita to collect 4 kills now from him in the round as the gap increases.
Let's just think about when that Cosmic Divide was used, what, 2 rounds ago? Oh, it's back up again. That just shows you how good Loita is, and as well, how good BBL PCIFIC are in terms of highlighting the targets that they need to. I can't believe that's what it took to get the last kill from Heaven. And yeah, we are going to hit that last round, but not before we're going to get a timeout. Yeah, no surprises here. Eternal Fire calling for a pause to stop Pacific getting 8 and their 7th in a row.
First time that BBL Pacific played Howl in a grand final, the team from which Eternal Fire bought out in the end of Split 2 last year. Loiter dropped the most kills we've ever seen from a controller in a Turkish grand final. And here, he's one away from having 50 kills as the third map is not even halfway done. It's a brilliant performance from him, and as I said before, eclipsing previous performances against this same opponent. Looking at it as things stand, we talk so much about the gap between Turkey and the chasing pack. There's now another gap built up between the two teams. 6 consecutive for the attack side.
Oh. This is a straight cosmic divide, am I right in saying that? Straight off rip?
Looks like it might be. And well, if BBL Pacific do pull the pin,
Deploying drone.
There's little that you can do to stop it. Rose has to, at the very least, bring some composure to the situation and drone up early. But now is, as good a time as any to hound down Brave by himself.
A little bit of delay coming through the Astra utility. Everybody's here now. The Blaze Wall. It somehow allowed Loiter to spam another player out. And there's still more damage coming their way. Eternal Fire can't hold their positions. Or maybe they can. As BBL Pacific go one too far. And he talked about 50 kills. Well, it'll need to be 55 for Loiter to win this round. He's done it before. 2 remaining players to find.
Permanent smoke, no recall, 70 points of health, reclaims 1 more star. Still a couple of them on cooldown, as are the abilities, but those will return pretty soon enough for him. He won a 3 versus 1 clutch against CGN. Same site, similar position.
30 seconds left.
An attempt to try and make it happen again here. Loiter creeping in the site, still yet to spot either player. Rounds the corner, should have been spotted by Anima, and is. Eternal Fire locking in a 5th round. They have done, at the very least, the minimum that was required of them here on Pearl. Their opponent's pick, as Pacific have responded themselves. The possibility of seeing multiple teams from the same region in a Challengers event was something that we looked at play-ins for, but not anymore. In this grand final, the 2 Turkish representatives are going at it. Just a couple of rounds separating the teams, as it did on Split. Eternal Fire converted that, but with it being Pacific's choice, you do favour them to see this one onto Haven in front yet again.
Drone going out.
Peril is going to be a big decider in this series. Haven is up next. When it went to overtime, B side needs to hold fast. There's only 2 players here.
Loiter is one of them. Tournament MVP in line for that kind of credibility, but only 1 kill just doesn't cut it. Eternal Fire bouncing back into the second half. Cider is sharp. 4 versus 2 situation, half the players. And to scramble back through solo is not something Larok will do.
Come back solo through CT. In fact, sorry, Larok close by. They do have 1 flash in which to work with 1 slide, but it goes a miss, and so do all the bullets. 4 players survive from Eternal Fire, and that's 3 pistol rounds in a row to answer what was BBL Pacific's 3 pistols in a row from the start of the series.
You talk about final form for the Fire. This game, the culmination of 5 months of effort to reach this point. Tough off-season, difficult group stage domestically, with a 4-4 run, lower bracket to the final. And here we see them in their truest of performances. They didn't win a single pistol round against BBL Pacific in the 2 maps we saw last time, you have to remember. Only going to be an improvement that we get today.
Again, this is something that we'll see a lot from BBL Pacific's defense. The discipline, then the ability to not rotate quickly, and if they are rotating quickly, it's off concrete information, right? They don't have anything in this round, or that's what you should think, is there's pings going out towards the B side. It's pulling players across. I think there was 1 star invested from Eternal Fire, and it's bought essentially a free site.
Yeah, BBL Pacific grouping up. Finally noises made by Eternal Fire. They're non-committal though, so... Still a lot of uncertainty, I think, for both teams and how this round finishes. I mean, for Eternal Fire now, they've decided, yeah, we want to go B, but it's really on BBL Pacific's shoulders to react to that early information, and with this drone coming out, there'll be a little bit of heads up on the B execute, and those 4 players will charge. Foot race through spawn. The cavalry arriving, but not quite in time.
I don't think they'll be able to do much damage here. Brave not looked to the right position, just assumed no one would be there, and I said they wouldn't be able to do much damage. They basically nearly got the full bunch. 12 points of health remain between the 2 last players. I mean, you count them out and they pull off something like that. That was far too close for comfort for Eternal Fire.
It was crazy. I said they might not have made it there in time, but actually, they're right in amongst it. Larok gets the Phantom. In a different world, he hits a spray through that corner, which takes down both players already chipped away at. And I'm glad we get a round like that, because it just demonstrates the protocols for BBL Pacific. Rose is tying things together in the middle, and you've got both of these duelists, Larok and Comeback, with brilliant utility into the retake. The stuns, the flashes, and that molly. Keep an eye on how Larok chooses to use it to deny the spike plant a lot of the time.
Oh, spike hasn't even been picked up from spawn, just so everyone knows. So if you want to talk about non-committal and defaults, this is probably the biggest default round you'll see.
Fake teleport with the Phantom as well. I mean, fake TP not gonna do all too much.
I think it's just to allow to be able to use the next TP.
Yeah.
Frizzy.
Visual clutter off the screen. Back turn Kushner whips around, head on a swivel. And the notice given by the smoke means that he has just enough time to set up. Loiter in the backside. Once again, we look to the 17-year-old to support the rest of BBL Pacific. Come back by his side. A potent pair and the blend which battles back against the Fire. Smoldering was the sight attempt on B. As it's just smoke left in their wake. Anima carries the rest of the round on forwards to A, and the embers that remain of it. Brave to try and cut off a rotate. That is your biggest chance back into this one, and he has taken the first and the second.
But the thing is, though, is he's left an Anima all alone on site, which allowed Larocque to deny the spike plan and win the round. The biggest oversight that Eternal Fire could make is what costs them the round.
Dude, it's so sad. He was right there in front of the trap. And actually, that information lets Kreven know, okay, unless he's jumped it, he's plotting behind it. I know where to take this fight. There's no cover. And lack of interaction with the utility means that Eternal Fire can't get going any further than those first couple of rounds that they were able to pick up. So BBL Pacific back into this, breaking the balance. And back in the saddle with another round. They've won 7 of the last 10 now.
Concealment.
After that initial Eternal Fire lead.
Cosmic Divide and Lotus Pocket to be used for the retake. And that's something that we've highlighted before about how good BBL Pacific can actually be in terms of actually holding the site, though. There's players here, they're wanting to play and wait. The volley already used to deny getting into the site. It's almost flawless if Loiter hadn't been picked up. I mean, why play for the retake, Hazard, when you can flip back site and just shoot everybody that comes at you?
Highest headshot percentage in the event. You give him a Guardian, and it can only spell success. Loiter looking like one of the best anchors, if not the best, that we have regionally right now in the second tier. I gave him that title unofficially myself. You know, whatever my word carries. Alongside Rose as well, from that team we saw last year. The calls that he's been making, these protocols, everything set up. BBL Pacific responding really nicely to Eternal Fire's initial pushes.
Blocking vision.
Oh,
this is a difficult one though, the split coming in.
Yeah, the players have been caught off guard. Rose just looks away, almost gets caught off guard himself, and now stuck on the B site with Comeback as support. And I mean, Eternal Final want to come here, they certainly do. Using the ultimates to get in, it doesn't work out. Comeback sent it. Discipline not there, and Rose very, very low, crying for support of Kreven to come through CT. Already used the intel dart up, and Kreven activates at the right time. A 2 versus 2. Make it 1 versus 2 for the captain to try and win. 2 shocks in which he can possibly use, but there's a shock to the system for BBL Pacific as they give away a thrifty round.
Rose doesn't often find himself in a situation like that, but it's usually clinical when it happens, one of the best. This decision making here from Comeback, I think, is the reason why the round is lost, and it's not his fault either, because when you see one player get stunned up, you take that kill in Link, you're thinking, okay, this is probably the weak side, I can actually slide in here and take a favorable fight, and then it is a surprise, as you say, when there's 2 players on the opposite end. Whether he had that information from Loiter's death or not isn't something we have access to. So his main is taken away. Rose is reacting with an ult early. Still a couple sat on by BBL Pacific.
Doesn't get the value either. Rose close to cushion on and can't quite find the opportunity to get that fight. The rest of Eternal Fire, though, in the meantime, beginning to group up and head towards A, where that man's waiting. Comebacks up.
Spike down A.
He cracks the whip, goes silent, but just for a moment in A main.
Gotta go. You want to
Response is there from Eternal Fire. The Cosmic Divide coming in as a statement of intent. The execution set in motion. Rose looking to try and respond. He's one of the first that can take the fight. He wins it. Phantom locking it down, and just a little pocket from him to play in. Larocque just the bait on the end of the string. Rose reeling in more success. And with Kreven in a comfortable position back sight behind their own ultimate, placed by Eternal Fire, it's BBL Pacific to break double digits first.
Do you know what? That's a round that is just unbelievable. From the start, like, setting up Comeback deep in main, to like the minor detail of the way that they place the wall right to allow a pocket in which Rose can sit upon, trade out, and then even further forward, right towards the end of that round. I don't know if you just caught it at the end of that replay, Hazza, but there was just like, you saw Loiter move out from the Cosmic Divide to play on Generator, which holds main and also can swing around to support Rose when needed. And yeah, do you know what? From the start to finish, lovely stuff from BBL Pacific. Second time out having to be burned by Eternal Fire.
I have to say, when it comes to regional cuisines, Turkish food, man, you're eating good. And I think we are in this game here as well. Layered brilliantly from the starter to the main course. 2 maps deep. Still plenty left to come and tuck into. And right now, I think with the timeout, you've got to be looking at the 2 controllers on either side as standout performers. Loiter's done a brilliant job locking things down on the defense so far to stoke this comeback, whereas Brave did the same. Quote from Vlad, former BBL coach who'll have experience with players on both sides, said, you know, when he's on his day, nobody can stop him. Right now, if there's anyone that needed to check that BBL Pacific player, does fall down to him, amongst the others, of course. Can anyone stop him?
I mean, that is the question. Can anyone stop BBL Pacific? That's the question you have to put forward, because, well, the individuals are good. I mean, one piece falls, the rest are there to pick up. You saw Rose the other day being able to clutch up when needed. You've seen Loiter and the rest. Cages popped open to hold control of backside, but Kushner has found Rose, the opposite intel agent. And well, at the same time, the Euro that was getting spammed out is able to survive. Cosmic Divide in, already having to use the grab well. Anima getting one back. It's been all Eternal Fire right now. The Dimensional Drift giving away information, and there's still traps on the side. Loiter's got 3. It's Carnage. Larocque now, and a 1 versus 1 against Cider. The time's so low. A right click is what will win it. It will be 11 for BBL Pacific.
No, that's not how you're supposed to win that, Larocque. What's he doing in the middle of the fight? It's just like, yep, okay, I don't think you're going to peek me. I'm on the spike. Just kidding. I have a classic. Free gun, by the way. This is a nice setup from Eternal Fire, I think, in the way that they responded. Izzy's investment of the Dimensional Drift as well to let the rest of the players flood out behind their opponent's Cosmic Divide, not feel scared in main and have the confidence with the information that comes in that kind of situation. But yeah, I mean, in terms of individuals, Larocque, crisp as anything. That's why you put him on the duel list, because he can perform to that extent. Couple more kills for Loiter as well. And it's towards his site early on. The Eternal Fire will reprise themselves, but not accounting for comeback. Nice early kill.
Listen, you get rid of Izzy as well. Is a big one to pick out. I mean, Kushner would have been the best because that Nightfall's online. Unfortunate, but a trap being set up towards that lane. As you can see that there is Larocque hidden in a corner, probably with a curveball in hand to set up Rose for a re-engage, should it come. Instead, though, Eternal Fire are more heavy towards the A side.
We saw how close things got in the prior round when Eternal Fire had limited weaponry. Bad Worksman blames his tools. Even without his, Cider in a decent position. Contact taken. Larocque flashing back through. BBL Pacific trading down the numbers. Still a man in front as it stands. A site under siege. Creven towards Secret.
Face your fear!
Not yet forfeiting backside control, caught by the Nightfall and the Cam. All of this is delay. Look at the rotations already come through before Eternal Fire can think about a spike plan.
Cam is still up. Creven can use that as a retake cam to see where the players go.
He's in the walls, having a look. Util combo into the corner. Wasn't even required. It was just the molly and the spam from Creven. Brave, without the gravity well, forced to use the stun instead. And as good as he is, and we know him to be, you're asking a little too much, maybe no. Down to the classic, time not enough. That's what will kill off the round in the end, and maybe just the map. BBL Pacific on the warpath now, with just one round setting their sights to send them with an advantage towards Haven.
Yeah, I don't know what else can be said here, Hazard, other than the traps. Everything that BBL Pacific did here was spot on. And the most criminal thing in this round for me was the fact that that camp lasted so long on the A side, given the information. Nice attempt from Brave. Just another thing, a little micro thing that happened there was it was LaRock in the run it back that tapped the spike, it dissipated, and then like all the utility just missed because no one was there.
Difficult enough to go 4v5, but matters only made worse.
You are divided.
Last chance saloon, Eternal Fire. Need 4 more of these to force another overtime in which they've been credible so far. And it starts off as they exactly would have hoped. Still players lodged in backside. One of them Creven. 4 players in front, still playing around the smoke, overlooked, but accounted for in the end. Cider shutting it down, but we need more consistent success if this one is to turn around.
Need to start to string these rounds together. There's no margin for error now for Eternal Fire. Cosmic Divide being used, and well, I mean, again, being able to use those crossfires as well is good. And what's even better is the economy for BBL Pacific. Win this, it goes 10. Then you need to just win against 1 rifle round, and you know that BBL Pacific will only have pots and pans to come back in on.
Creven marching forward in the face of danger, finally forced to retreat in position. Quick rotation coming through from BBL Pacific. Again, those protocols well defined. You've got lots of utility that you can be flooding back in here with. Comeback already using the stun, but the flash from Lara is there. With players pressed to jail, it's not the position you want to try and play from. Rose another one, classic in the smoke. Ult coming out for comeback, could be deadly, but swiftly silenced. While Lotus does have this Guardian back in his hands, the same kind of shots he was hitting in that first half will fail to land from this position. Backed up into the corner of Flowers. Eternal Fire ready to rest some on his gravestone.
Concealment.
2 smokes and much to work with as well. Allows him onto the spike, a tap. Trying to bait players out, it just doesn't come his way, has it? It will be 10, it will be double digits for Eternal Fire, and this next round is probably the most important round Eternal Fire will play in this series so far.
A map which could have huge ramifications when you look at the record of both. Statement win for Eternal Fire against Job Life on their upward trajectory towards that upper final. Fell flat there, Pearl never needed as part of the veto process. Haven was the unused decider, and with that one coming up next, you have to maximize your opportunities here. BBL Pacific with their first timeout of this map. And just something I wanted to draw upon before, the state of play. You win this rifle round and you get 1 shot, but a pretty big opportunity at sending us to overtime again.
BBL Pacific, with them not have but used a timeout this map as well, has it? I mean, again, it's a phrase that we use all the time about dotting your I's, crossing your T's, paying attention to the small details. And Eternal Fire, they have some pretty big details for this next round. More specifically, Izzy being 1 away from that dimensional drift. It looks like it's actually going to be the B orb which Eternal Fire are going to fight for, rather than the A, which we saw BBL Pacific put priority towards.
Yeah, it's only Anima here as well. Off-roll, I guess, by his standards, I suppose.
BBL Pacific have highlighted, look, they're 1 off the dimensional drift. Let's fight A main. They do it. They get an orb on towards LaRock, putting him 2 away from his ultimate of the run it back.
Eternal Fire should be tracking this though, so they know the Phoenix, and at the very least the Sova was here as well. Rose already on the B site now though. Comeback posted up. Difficult map for him so far. The grand final that was played by him last time out. 98 kills carried forward into this competition. Confident as ever. Would have been a 1v1 on Anima, but disengages as the Fire regroup. this to finish in a B play with less than a minute left on the clock, but plenty of ground to be covered should they want to make it to the site itself.
There's pings towards that back side of B as well, and with the Armageddon being able to be used, you'd imagine it's towards that. Yep, that's exactly the case, and Loiter knows all about it and has positioned himself on pillar.
Brilliant clearance though, because Izzy TPing behind the ultimate in progress means that as the final bolt flares off from Rose's ult, he's not been caught. Still a man down though, Eternal Fire. Back into the retake. BBL Pacific with tools to work with. Stun, shocks, combos to send towards that default plant as soon as it is attempted. And Rose is the one that comes up with the big play. Side of the captain the opposite way. Smashed in the mirror duel by his opposite number. 13-10. Close, but not close enough, Eternal Fire.
What more can be said about that? I mean, the thing is though, BBL Pacific, they let go of a few rounds there. The first half was probably most suspect, but as we got on, BBL Pacific started to look the same, and they got a good read on how that map looked as a whole.
Yeah, you know, a couple of changes for the players there as well. Sentinel Mantle moved over towards Anima. Izzy on the duelist instead. A real switch up from them. You go back to comfortability again, and that Teho composition that we've been seeing them play with the breach alongside it when Haven comes round the corner. But once again, this is BBL Pacific now in front in a series with 2 maps to their name. Do they buckle under that pressure, or are Grand Finals their new home territory? That's what we're here to find out, and the analysts left to break down Pearl.
Indeed, it's getting close. It's getting close. These maps are becoming a lot more competitive, but indeed, it's BBL Pacific to come away with a win on Pearl. At the start, Eternal Fire seemed to fool us a little bit, MP. It felt like they were the ones in control from the get-go.
Yeah, and Izzy, how we highlighted him to be one of the players that we have to focus on. Started this round, or this map brilliantly, completely controlling that B area, finding multiple kills in B long, completely shutting down any chance for Loiter to go there solo. But in the end, it kind of started crumbling. Yeah, sure, Eternal Fire, they had multiple good adjustments, but it wasn't quite enough for this BBL Pacific roster.
And you've got to say, there were some individuals to step up, and we can see it from this highlight instantly. Loiter being able to hold down sides. I feel the fact that BBL Pacific were able to get in the right positions at the right moment so quickly. The way they flooded sites and, you know, stopped Eternal Fire from setting up altogether is just so damn scary. So yeah, 13-10 will be the result. You see Loiter topping the charts all across the board. Both Astras topping their respective teams' charts, but no, it's BBL Pacific's individuals to shine the most.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you said it brilliantly. The quick rotations, the quick floods that BBL Pacific had, especially on that defensive side, is one of their trademarks. In Pearl, in Haven, in Lotus, almost in every map, they are able to make multiple fast-paced decisions and have numbers on the side, on the defensive side. They can overwhelm the attackers by having 4 players there already waiting and absolutely beating them down.
And I think here, MP, you might have something to show us, right? There is a round you'd like to break down, maybe 2 actually.
Yeah, and I think the first round that I'm gonna break down started on the attacking side brilliantly. How BBL Pacific, they were able to adjust into this operator that Izzy had. I think the thing that we have to look into is this side here. You have Cider Ultimate here, Armageddon, obviously. Oh, that's the wrong one, but we'll go with that. And then you have Izzy Operator as well, combining with that. The Izzy Operator is something that was really good in that B-long area, like I said. Look at how BBL Pacific are approaching into this map. They're kind of bringing a split here. 2 players going B long, 2 players going mid. Then you have 1 solo player on A. What is this player on A doing? Let's just play out this map a little bit. So this Sova, only job for the Sova is to play this recon on A. So it's not so obvious that it's gonna be split on towards B. The biggest highlight here is how they play the round. Look at who is making the first contact. That's gonna be the Haunt, broken in mid, comeback, it's gonna go forward, and Creven. That does the thing that is something that Izzy feared. pulls out these two players completely away from Izzy. There's no support for this operator, and look at what happened when the operator is all alone here. One Sova drone just coming through. Larok has that curveball in hand as well. Izzy gets tagged, gets flashed, has to TP away. The site is now 4 or 5 versus 2 situation, and when you have that cosmic divide as well, Larok completely overwhelming that side. BBL Pacific completely overwhelming the whole side and absolutely dominating this. They get that 4 versus 3 situation in the post plan, but let's speed it up. We all know how it ended. Eternal Fire, they couldn't quite get the retake here. I think BBL Pacific, they absolutely shine in this situation when they have the advantage, when they have the post plan. But then we have another round. This is round 16. This was brilliant. I think this is something that highlights BBL Pacific brilliantly. The quick decision making. I'm not even gonna show the gameplay, I'm gonna just show the map. Look at what is happening in the map. Yeah, sure, the fast B-long push, but we want to follow these players here and the Cypher coming here as well. Then you can see the time, 1:27. The rotations are already coming through. BBL Pacific, they are known for this. Now, when we go to full screen, we see Loita here. We see only one POV. Eternal Fire, they're about to break from that smoke. But that's when there's already 4 players on site, and we all know what happens. That's a mowdown, that's a round over, and that's how BBL Pacific run every map.
Damn, dude, nice breakdowns, both on the attack and on the defense. It just shows how important, BBL Pacific's incremental gains and the floods are all together. Lovely stuff, man. Cheers for that. Damn, I feel educated. I feel smart now.
You've gained the one brain cell that I had starting yesterday.
I've got a chunk of it at least. But let's look at the maps a little bit as we progress through this best of 5 grand final. BBL Pacific able to find the lead after the win on Pearl. Now Haven is up. Eternal Fire required to win Haven to stay around in the series. Last BF5 they played, it went to a 5 mapper. But now BBL Pacific are going to try and get this 3-1. And I feel, if things keep going on like they did on Pearl, it's not going to be easy.
No, absolutely not, and that's why I highlighted Haven on the pre-show as well. It's going to be crucial map throughout this whole series, and it's going to be crucial that Eternal Fire can break those fast-paced rotations that BBL Pacific has had throughout the whole series. Haven is one of the best maps for that.
Well, we do have a short break coming next. The player's going to need to rest up a little bit before we enter the 4th map of this series. We'll be back as soon as possible, guys. Stay tuned.
Champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. Know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
like a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss
It's your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
The Challengers EMEA Grand Finals are truly underway. 3 maps in, and it's a 2-1 score in favor of BBL Pacific. This Turkish showdown really not slowing down at all here, MP, as we look to enter Haven, the 4th map of this series. Now, it's been an interesting affair. If you're looking at the map and haven't seen what's going on so far, a 30-0, yeah, a 30-0 in a grand final. You're not dreaming that happened. But ever since it's become a little bit closer, and now in Haven, it feels like it's the last lifeline for Eternal Fire. They can't lose this map, otherwise they are out, and their opponents are the victors of Challengers EMEA Split 1.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to grasp at straws. Well, Eternal Fire, they have something that can maybe relieve them. Last time they faced against BBL Pacific in Haven, they were able to take it to OT and actually win 15-13. But I think this time around they have switched up the composition a little bit, and now it's the time to put Greven and Kushner against each other. These two ciphers. You have to focus on breaking that cipher utility on the attacking side. That's a lot for the side of Kushner. You have to go and find where Greven has placed the camera, where he has placed the trips, and try to eliminate those angles so you can maybe alleviate a lot of that pressure that your teammates will have on the other side of the map, because BBL Pacific won't be too comfortable in making those fast rotations.
Okay, we'll pay attention to the ciphers. That matchup will definitely be pivotal in this one, but there's also a bit of a change of approach, not as a change in the matchup, but to how these two teams like to play it. It's Sova against Teo again. Where do you think the strengths lie of each of these agents for their respective comps here, MP?
For Sova, I think the shock darts are very good in breaking cipher traps. Yeah, sure, you can do that with that Teho, but a short control is where the strengths of Teho lie. You have that drone, you have the salvos, so you can eliminate a lot of close angles. You have a lot of pressure in garage as well. You can eliminate some of those angles. So operator players has to be careful when facing against Teho. Sova is a little bit different. You get precise information with the drone, but you also have recon that is usually the pace setter for these teams to actually take on those hits on sites.
Yeah, really interesting you say that. And look, Eternal Fire are coming off of a win on Haven after getting a really strong performance up against Mandatory in the lower bracket finals. Now, they're going to have to use that momentum into this matchup, right? Which is a different beast. BBL Pacific, a completely different team. But look, I think you mentioned something pivotal here. The short control that Teho gets, a lot of that short control for Eternal Fire did end up giving them some strong advantages playing on the defensive on Haven.
Yeah, absolutely. Mandatory couldn't quite find anything to actually face against that short control. They were really struggling with that, and Izzy combining a lot of support in that CTA entrance area to your short player provides a lot of pivotal ground when you're going for the retakes. I think BBL Pacific don't really let that slide that easily, but I think we do have a graphic showing something here on that previous matchup that we had. 13-5. Something that I want to highlight, Larok has been incredible throughout this tournament as well. Past 3 matches that Larok has played in Haven, he has either got over 20 kills or over 20 assists. So that's gonna be a really highlight on that bridge.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that this head-to-head has already happened. And it's the 3rd match in this year that these 2 teams have played together. The grand finals of Turkey and the upper bracket finals of Challengers EMEA, and they've got another grand final of Challengers EMEA. It's truly been the Turkish show from this tournament. Overall, it feels like no other team has been able to compete against them, but it's BBL Pacific that by far has shown dominance here. So Eternal Fire, what do you think the chances here? Give me a percentage of them being able to dethrone these monsters, these Ascension 2nd place from the previous year.
You're putting me under pressure with the percentage. Well,
do it.
I'm gonna go and say 45. I think Eternal Fire, they have a chance, but they have to exploit BBL Pacific's defensive side. Comp switch for the side of Eternal Fire means that, okay, maybe BBL Pacific are not quite used to the style that Eternal Fire is gonna play. They're definitely used to the composition that they're gonna play, but maybe Eternal Fire can switch it up somehow. I think B is gonna be the target place where Eternal Fire has to insert a player. They have to find a lot of ground in those lurking situations, and if they do, I think that percentage could be like 60.
Yeah, indeed. And I think those lurks you talk about, the ciphers you talked about, the way they played in the previous map as well, they're on fire, right? Creven had a very impressive rating, 251 ACS. Sure, EMEA, you could say the same thing. Had a decent score as well, 213 ACS. Wasn't quite up to par. I think there were a couple of clutch moments that kind of leveraged it one way rather than the other. So yeah, like, you place a lot of attention towards those ciphers. You think they're gonna have, you know, the difference really in this series and could really be pivotal throughout it. And they really guns blazing on all cylinders in the previous map as well. So they're on fire. I think it's lined up to be an excellent grand final.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially for the side of Creven. Usually buys enough time for his teammates to rotate and flood onto those sides, like I showed in the Telestrator on that Lotus. Usually BBL Pacific are really fast in those rotations. They usually find the advantage in the side, and when you have Creven as that cipher, you can delay a lot of time for your teammates. I think then you have to look into Eternal Fire, how they fake out that situation as well.
Well, we are ready to get rock and rolling on the 4th map of this grand final. It's Haven up next. Hazard and Cairo take this one away.
Look, each team has won their own map pick so far, so by that logic, it should be Eternal Fire sending us to yet another decider, which BBL Pacific will have to play in one of their grand finals. However, the statistics don't make for the faint of heart if you're still fueling that idea that the Fire can do it. 15-13 in the kickoff final. Most recently played against Focus as well, 16-14 against them. Cairo, this might be the time to turn away.
This might be the time, but listen, if you're looking for action, if you're the neutral, this is the exact map that you want to be coming in on. I think this is the map that stopped, if I remember right, they stopped a 3-0 from Pacific. So if that's the case, this is the time to stop the 3-1 from Pacific and push us to that 5th and final map. It's all to play for here in Haven between these 2 Turkish contenders.
Turns out it was all Turkey all along, and coming into Haven, we need to see Eternal Fire keep the heat up, where on Pearl, they started strong, but began to fade away and gave Pacific the chance to close inside of 4 maps. Their pick is the one that we get now from the attack side, of which they have struggled so far from map to map. It's where they're going to start.
Already 4 players are here from BBL Pacific, and there's 4 from Eternal Fire. 8 players on this side of the map, ready to brawl with one another, and still the first kill hasn't been struck until Izzy finally gets rid of Loiter. A nice little light up of a ping from the info dart, gets another, but Eternal Fire come back twofold. Now Kreven still holds on to the backside. A nice kill clean. Will put Brave into the backside, catching Rose off guard. Remember, the last 3 pistol rounds have been won by Eternal Fire, and it looks like the 4th will do the same.
Just waiting for it to be confirmed to come in with Kreven on 2 points of health. Was not getting out of C-Link without getting shot at either way. However you look at it, Eternal Fire, from winning 0 out of the 4 pistol rounds played in the upper final best of 3, they've gone 4 out of 4 in the last 2 maps of this grand final, which is the kind of difference that I'm talking about. Nice flood into backside here from BBL Pacific, but then as the fights break out, Eternal Fire just overwhelmed them.
Their secrets.
That's it. Simple as that. Attack side, obviously the favourite on Haven. Everyone knows it. We've been watching this map for long enough. Look at Kreven here.
Yeah, walking down the length of mid. This is a BBL Pacific side which come in with only classics. Something to mention. Just a ghost on Kushner, so even if they were to take his name and number, no upgrades to be found just yet. Izzy does get dropped by Larrock, and this is a Phantom in the hands of a very dangerous player. More damage done by Rose. What more can Larrock find? Has to be the ace, but with the knife drawn to the gunfight, Cider takes to his doorstep. Eternal Fire will convert the anti-eco, but it's costly. Just 1 rifle.
Hey, listen, that's it. Do you know what? That's the biggest thing for Eternal Fire here. Is the damage that can be done. Because now you look towards the next round, right? And the rifle round versus the bonus that Eternal Fire will have. And rounds previous where Eternal Fire have been able to convert the bonus, it's come through the fact that the bonus rounds always look so effective, right? Still forcing their way back in though, has it?
As much as I was quick to criticize Eternal Fire's attack side, on this map, naturally, you'll always be favored. And it was the position from which they combined 8 rounds in a row to force that overtime against Focus I was talking about moments ago. Something which Eternal Fire are very good at doing with their default is saving key utility for that execute right at the end of the round. In terms of what's still up and standing, it's almost a full belt for Anima as that first and second flash comes out now. Same can be said of BBL Pacific though. Omen and Breach player in close proximity to this A site.
Shot was always a problem that Eternal Fire were able to go do against Mandatory, and they'll know exactly how to deal against it with BBL Pacific still not cleared, and still they're able to get value from it. Anima gets a rifle, but trying to bring it out is what costs them their lives. Kushner now coming in late into this one, and both players are already doubled up.
He's attempting to cut off rotation, and for that reason you can see BBL Pacific cognizant of the fact he could be coming from spawn. Long is where he'll make his reprisal, but 2 players in the corner. Will he check for both?
I have retrieved the spike.
Spike. I mean, might not even need to check, right? Try and attempt a spike plant, see if he can beat out where the players are from. Gets flashed, gets stunned, and gets caught out. Spike plant denied. That's the extra economy that would probably make the difference in the next round in terms of maybe a heavy shield or that amongst the players. It's pretty chaotic on site, but again, it's the Rock's shot position that is uncleared that provides the value that BBL were looking for.
Yeah, strengthening that end of the map. It's a conversation which has consistently been reopened as we've seen Eternal Fire come back to this map. It's Mandatory, Focus. Sewer, it's such an important area to control on those A executes, and between Loiter and Larrock, that's what wins it for them.
I mean, that's an interesting trap that we've just seen from Kreven. Obviously, a bit of anti for Kushner trying to, sorry, not Kushner, it's Izzy trying to updraft dash on towards the top of box.
Issue with the trap in Garage, though, is that it's not going to do all too much to stop this push. It's a kill trap placed just towards Logs. No one has ran into it just yet. but Eternal Fire have gutted the site, got themselves into decent positions. Cider with salvos coming back up fairly soon, but not enough to stop the play from coming in, so Paranoia's traded and still we're at deadlock. BBL Pacific then begin to flood back out through the cage, and as the curtain falls, so do the Eternal Fire players. Kreven, Killer, cold, sharp with the aim. And so the scoreline equalized almost immediately.
Well, that's exactly what the defensive side will be looking for, doing as much damage as they possibly can to the attack. And again, it's something that we need to keep highlighting here, is the fact that they're denying the spike plan continuously. Kreven does so well to get 3, and then the utility just to support, spot on. Everything that BBL Pacific did there was to a T. Now moving on to the next one, it's pistols that Eternal Fire will find themselves relegated to.
Eternal Fire aren't able to generate player advantages, and that seems to be the problem right now. So there is no option to elect to move into post plant, at least in their minds. It's an opportunity to overwhelm a couple of these Pacific players early on, but that one is fleeting as the support comes in. The safety net is strong. Kushina collecting one back, but for within the cage, Larocque makes it 4. BBL Pacific in front. And something to touch on here as well is, you know, when it comes to side favoritism for them, Rose has been very straightforward in what he's said. You know, we don't have any preference at all. We just stay ambitious, keep it one round at a time. We are flexible. Put us in a position and we're going to deal with it.
I think that's brilliant, but I mean, to go one out at what calls that are being hit by a player like Rose is also the fact that like they are able to defensive sides because of that. Ultimate's now available after the success that they're trying to push players away from A. Hunters, it's pushing players into comeback and the like. Remember, that spike still not committed towards anywhere on the map, it's on the floor.
Yeah, Eternal Fire backed up towards spawn here. Woo, belting shot from Brave. See site opened up for business. No quick route for the spike to make its way over though. Comeback looking to cut off rotation. Is he actually sticking his neck out in mid to make this clear? So Comeback will collect, and Pacific can move into another retake situation with numbers.
Missiles away.
That's the big thing, with numbers and the Rolling Thunder as well. Well, that suppression goes off. You see it already being brought out, used, Comeback on for the ace. With 30 points of health, he knows exactly where to go. Cider all the way from long, and has already used the salvos. Not much in which to work with. Sure, there's a concussion grenade, but there's also a spray. Oh my god! From absolutely nowhere! It's going to end up being a Pacific round.
were you trying to bait us there, or did you actually not read
No, I get caught so off guard, mate, so off guard. That's a Mitchman round.
It is. And look, while we still wait for the first ace of this grand final, BBL Pacific only have one player left, and he wasn't even on the site, so I don't blame you. Just the Rolling Thunder invested to that position. And now look at this again. BBL Pacific always prepared for the possibility of a quick hit towards a weaker site for them. Similar setup to what you'll see from them on the other 3-site map, Lotus. They start with 4 players at the A barrier and now move this quick rotation elsewhere when contact isn't met.
Tagari, Jesse's trying to go further than that though, and goes through CT. No Cypher traps in which to worry about now. And that spike should come out of Garage pretty easily, as Izzy, as well as a drone, clears out the full of sight. Comeback though, against Cider, wins out. We're back to 4v4.
It was the one weakness in terms of the setup, but when it comes to how you want to play this, BBL Pacific have been unbeatable in those retakes when they've had the opportunity.
Here comes the opportunity, but the opportunity goes. Rolling Thunder to delay. More time being bought by Eternal Fire. Trying to look elsewhere. You see Loiter starting to come through Garage, but he's not going to get the opportunity. Neither is BBL Pacific. Straight back in. The round count. Eternal Fire will win.
And the difference is this time, when Eternal Fire move into post, when that retake happens, it's a 4-on-4 situation, not a 5v4, nothing like that. They weren't short-handed. And so they do survive, and it comes at the cost of little investment in terms of ults here as well. Izzy does a great job on the blades, and as I said before, it was the one gap they could have gone for. They're able to find it.
Well, in the next round, we'll have to wait a little moment, Hazza, as we get a little quick tech pause.
You already started off the point about Rose's IGLing here as well. I think it's important to mention the history that he comes from. A player who last year I think was the best IGL we had in Challenges EMEA. Between him and Mulsey in the grand final, I think there was a bit of a difference to be said there, especially in terms of the preparation for some of the teams towards the group stage as well. You're talking about a player who, for Rose, has come from Fireflux, played alongside players like Yetuje, like Wu in the Young Academy system, now built through into PCIFIC, has managed to eclipse the amount of titles that team has ever been able to win, which just feels crazy. But that's what we're talking about as well with Turkey at whole. It has so many good players that can be put out, players like Rose. And although 2023 signaled that first year of Ascension, it's a region which has been mismanaged and misrepresented up until this point, I think. So to have two teams which Turkey can be proud of in the final now, led by names that have been around for so long on both sides of the server, is something to smile about.
I think that's a good point to be making here, is the fact that, like, you think of the super teams that have come and gone in Turkey and the failings that they've had every single time, right? Like the fact that Digital Athletics won in 2023, 2024, BBL Pacific look to have done the same, right? Everyone underestimating them coming into that Ascension tournament. Even speaking to some of the Turkish talent that's over there who cast the game, said, listen, we think they're ones for the future, but at the minute we feel as if it's a step too far, that when they go up against Apex, CGN and the likes, that they will crumble. And well, it seems like every time they've been put under pressure, they've just turned to diamonds.
Definitely. To the break in play, we resume. BBL Pacific around in front on the defender's side, showing the absolute best of their skill set when it comes to dissuading Eternal Fire. With the player quality that they have, with a click of your fingers, the round can change. Come back on Blaze, but this time he is reserved in his approach towards middle, shorty in hand. Not something we've seen from him as much as you usually do this afternoon.
Here in the steps, Rose calling to his team, and at the same time it's activated combat through middle to re-clear, as well as Lotus ultimate being used towards the bottom of C-Law. BBL Pacific know exactly where this is going to be, and the utility being used to try and delay Armageddon to clear out sight, and still Eternal Fire haven't made real inroads, and when they do, BBL Pacific explode!
Just as I was saying before that Eternal Fire is so good at holding on to utility, it's invested to the execute there to little real effect. You'd have to look at the replay from a cinematic perspective and sort of see what exactly was going on. It's two players stunned back sight, and Larok fends off the initial aggression with the flash. And then there's just nothing to follow up with. Cider had his stun, that was about it. Not able to make the most of the situation, so big investments made with no return.
This is a nice spot.
Op in the hands of Comeback with the savings he was able to keep. The cash cow in the previous as the blades were put there. Something else to quickly note is that BBL Pacific will run the exact same setup. This time with a trap in mid, but it's that cam towards C. Rose was solo A. It's something they're thinking about a second time, however, and it's Kreven that we look to support them.
As he said, stunned his hits. Still Kreven holds on to the back site. Comeback walked into a back site that was infested with Eternal Fire players. It's the full B site as Eternal Fire just quickly bounced back after that last round loss.
Yeah, it's 2 kills from Brave, 2 kills from Anima as well, which It's really nice to see because Anima had sort of started kind of slow on this map. His utility is always key. It's always something you credit him for. But this guy can frag out as well. And when you look at his previous performances, his lifetime head-to-head with this Pacific team, currently 1-7 in those 8 meetings. He's had 177 average combat score. In this series right now, he sits at 230 from the previous 3 maps that we've seen played. So can it keep consistent? Or will we see another drop-off? Rose solo A again, and it's literally just him here this time.
Yeah, but for how long? Because there's already players starting to drift towards his position. Hear him dropping back and giving up. Positions on the side, so you thought. Caught in transition, and the rest of the players are here. What more can be said? You try and hit the brick wall, but the brick wall will stand tall. Now Cider. I mean, what has he even got to respond? A flawless round in fashion. It is just so complimentary to BBL Pacific.
The last couple of rounds, they've been ready to respond to any kind of A pressure, but this time, Rose, take a bow. I mean, he might as well have put his bow on the ground and forgot about the arrows because all that counted was the phantom in his hands. The final reveal here is really nice as well, actually, through the smoke to tee up Creven. And so BBL Pacific sitting on 6 rounds, just 7 away from a grand final win. Back-to-back grand final wins.
Against Eternal Fire as well, to note. The other thing to talk about here, Hazza, just to maybe talk more about the map specifics. How much is enough here for Eternal Fire? Obviously, you're looking for everything that you can get, but BBL Pacific already getting 6 on a Haven defense that can be so difficult, and we already know the prowess in which BBL Pacific can attack with, default, and move and manipulate the map, right? Eternal Fire need to get the maximum out of these last 2 remaining rounds.
That second half syndrome as well that Eternal Fire have shown. They'll be moving on to the defense. And once more, I'm looking at Cider, someone who, for all the time he spent from a short spell in VCT before partnerships, now into challenges, the highest placement he's ever had at an event is 2nd, constantly falling short. Can he find what it is within his players that he needs to get this result as he currently leads in kills?
Had to pause it. The found comeback, but just because you find comeback doesn't mean you'll get the kill. It will eventually, just before comeback can make his escape. Rose's Hunter's Fury tries to get a trade out indirectly. Creven noting where Brave is towards Deep Sea Long.
Neural Theft as well is just going to reinforce that notion. Look at Rose, actually wants to take a bit of a look towards Long, and he's isolated with the hat off the head. Kushner knows. Nobody else on the site just now, but again, they are arriving. BBL Pacific supporting out their captain. As they do creep over, Brave is reinvestigating. 30 seconds or so left discounting that spike plant. And it's arriving on the C site now.
30 seconds left.
But with all this utility used, all it means is there's going to be less for when BBL Pacific come back in. The site should have been free. Creven loses out, and we end up with an advantage towards Eternal Fire.
Brilliant mid-rounding from the Fire. And finding that kill as well should set them up nicely coming into post. BBL Pacific want to be quick to react.
There's flooding back out. The Rock just thought it was going to be enough for the Eternal Fire to get over the line. Cider out of nowhere. Hits it hook, line and sinker and rescues Eternal Fire from a guaranteed advantage towards Pacific.
They needed that so badly. And who other than Cider to do it for them? Come back once more, this deep probe in middle. But as I said during the round, it's very well played from Eternal Fire to look, search towards both ends of the map, put on some real pressure and force BBL Pacific to interact where a lot of the time they will remain idle. Now 12 and 8, the only player going positive, breaking double digits before this defense. You asked how many rounds, an equalizer here would be huge.
massive. Oh, that's even bigger. Rose went investigating himself, by the way. And you can see Brave is TP towards Hell. Doesn't want to do it. Gives it up. Got the information of how far Rose had dropped back. But the reposition towards Sewer is another spot which Eternal Fire will need to clear out. Not fully committed just yet. Want to try and get the Rolling Thunder back online. But take note of the players outside of B.
BBL Pacific made a bit of a gamble. Moved over towards A, re-clearing the B space. Rose solo. Oh, it's ugly! Makes an absolute meal of the fight as it takes place. Kreven backfilling that space. Sewer control again, just so imperative to BBL Pacific's success, but that is where he will slide on down into obscurity. Numbers for the attacking force, but it's crunch time. 30 seconds yet again. And it is Larok of all players with a full belt of utility, the first line of defense, who has to hold the line on A.
There's a Rolling Thunder as well to come through, and Larok will not be able to escape this. Stuck in no man's land, but with the support of Loiter, that just unfortunately will not be good enough. Stunned out, forced out. It's up to you, Comeback, to save this round for Pacific.
Clears the first player. Izzy out in the open from one position up high to another. Cross from box to box. And it's a dot of the I and cross of the T's for Eternal Fire as we do go all even at the break. A minute and a half to think this one through if the Fire want to find that final map yet again.
One half is all that stands between BBL Pacific and another grand final win against Eternal Fire. Haven is where it basically was decided that it would be a 5-mapper the last time round. Will it be the same here as BBL Pacific look to make their way through mid?
A vacant B site left wide open for the taking. Kushner is cautious, and as the utility comes in, he's forced to back away. Inhabiting inside the smoke, reverse engineering it to just hope that a player will peek through. With comeback frenzy in hand, he wants to lever the odds in his favor, get up close and personal. That's exactly what Kreven will do on the back line. Secure enough for now, but 3 players closing in. Back to the wall, inside his own cage. Kreven gets yet another kill with a BBL Classic in his hand. It's Pacific that move a player in front.
But how much time has he wasted? Look how much utility is still in the pockets of Pacific.
Flash coming through, and that's what will tee up comeback. Backside Rose holding the line. BBL Pacific have put pen to paper on a pistol round for the first time in 5, but that's exactly what this might just do. Deny the 5th and final map if they can carry this momentum forwards.
The hero for this round, for me, is Kreven. does excellently here, just dancing around his cage, and then on top of that, with the time he's bought and the information he can give, I mean, the utility still in pocket for Pacific is essentially what wins the round here.
Larok holding on to that comeback, upturn in performance from him as well. No team other than Apex previously making back-to-back inter-regional finals. BBL Pacific, as they creep closer to this win, have a chance to continue that cycle on the revenge tour as it is. Lots of players close by for Eternal Fire. This round could very quickly get messy.
They're not looking in the right spot. How do you let go of war? And look, there's just some style that you can put on the round as well. Nothing you can do there, especially when you're low on health, low on firepower, low on a buy. Eternal BBL Pacific, I mean, they'll reach 8.
3 rifles, 2 bulldogs. We get the Vandal and Phantom brought up as well with Ghost in the hands of Rose. He actually does the heavy lifting here. Credit to the captain where it's due. As we said before, he is one of a dying breed, doing it differently, but very much the same. Traditional in how he likes to set up the rounds for his team. Once again, taking the hit there to get a better weapon in the next.
At the same time, look, while this mid and C pressure's been put on, Eternal Fire mid-rounded by pushing A with their drone, and they're gambling, but after all that information that they've got there.
Completely giving up the A site, which leaves both Kushner and Brave in defense of this one. Former BBL players getting chased down by the next generation. Brave to stand his ground, that allows for Izzy to join up. The support is there. Oh, goodbye Rose. It is Drone calling up God. Meets him in the end. Oh, this has happened. The over-rotation has given access to the A site. Kreven, the wedge right in the middle. This kill will be everything, and that is now the round favoured for the attacking force.
Not only that, they set up the perfect post plan, as you do with that amount of time. They've got a deep trap to give any information of players coming out of CT. You've got your breach in the perfect position. You've got Kreven deep to maybe play for late. This is sublime for Pacific in the post.
Yeah, another 10 seconds or so before Anima even gets access to that stun, and with it from Hell and a flash to throw on top, Larok can lay this on thick. Aftershock does come in, but doesn't clear everything that they needed. It's a move in from the main side. Defender spawn 1v1. Larok wins it out to convert the bonus for BBL Pacific.
And it's that man, time and time again, coming up when he is needed. Kreven with the lock, catching Cider. That'll be frustrated. He gets more here, and it tees up Larok in the 1v1 to win out. It's time and time again that you see Pacific put into a tough situation and bailed out by having a late luck by that man who is the best sentinel in Turkey.
That's at least what his IGL would say, but you can't help but agree. Unbeaten against Anima and John Zip since making the switch. He seems to have the antidote. An upgrade in every sense, as BBL Pacific have only got better since he joined. Early damage though. Decent shots from Brave. That's chased Loiter outside of C, and with the early information, there's a bit of a gap here. Cider could quickly get caught. That is a problem.
Not only that, Neuro Theft invested, so the information, they know BBL Pacific that they need to increase the pace, try and grab Izzy. Well, they still can. Well, there's not more players there. It doesn't even matter if there is.
Kreven once more. Anti-eco all the same, but now that BBL Pacific have their man in the Sentinel role, it's this consistency which they can call upon as well. Kushner, Izzy, Anima, 3 different players to hold on to that mantle on the Eternal Fire side. And I think that volatility is starting to show itself a little bit here as you go map to map. Kreven finally put to rest, but it's you-know-who, Larok right behind him. Damage on the way out, but that's all it is. You need rounds here if you're Eternal Fire, and they've had no chance in getting any so far this half.
I don't think they have any chance at the minute whatsoever. It's another half in which Eternal Fire are capitulating, not even just having any sort of resistance. It feels as if they're not even participating. Just here to make up the numbers. BBL PCIFIC are just so good that they make their opponents look like that. A timeout from Eternal Fire, the last introduction that we will see.
No more. As I said before, this date with Destiny that is ongoing, another chapter in the saga. Eternal Fire turn to John Sip, a coach who has so much history in the scene. Think about the experience Izzy had at Berlin Masters, and for John Sip it goes back even further. The first online Masters event we had, back during the pandemic for Turkey. Such legacy in the scene. This is exactly what I'm harking on about. Eternal Fire have been in these situations player to player so many times before, but responding as a team is what you're asking of them now. And from the defender's side, it does not breed comfortability. They've done it before, but that was the opposite way against a different team. And with how dominant BBL PCIFIC have been, if this rifle round doesn't land, you may just say goodbye to the derby here.
This is a nice spot.
Can you even call it a derby? That's the question.
It's not a rivalry anymore. They always kick our ass.
That's it, mate. Like, every time they meet, it only goes one way. It's been one-way traffic the full time. It's a reminder of focusing Apex, the way that used to always come about. Already the entry being caught by comeback, the op not discovered, finally it is dashed out. Izzy goes for a double peek, can't quite get the next, but he is noted by Kreven.
Player behind revealed, but Izzy standing in front, not standing tall enough. Anima a couple of kills, but still, it's Kreven who is standing and Rose by his side. They'll keep moving forwards as BBL PCIFIC are just 2 rounds away from taking their second final this year.
Flawless since the turn of the half, since the break. They knew that they would be good when they were moving into the final half. They knew it was a final half. Their attacking prowess once again showing that leader of Rose who clutched out the end there. That's exactly who you want to depend upon. Right here, right now is where BBL PCIFIC are, and they look to lead the line.
A 12 series win streak dating back to the first week of Turkish kickoff. The depth that the region has just shows the consistency that BBL PCIFIC have been able to put up. They are Finums, and so too is Comeback. This rich mix of individual talent with team play has forced the hand of the fire once more. Anima, this is a real last gasp attempt. While he has managed to down the spike and can hold the cross, he's unsupported as Cider is only just moving into the drone now.
Most players being tagged up, that's Anima, and the paranoia comes in at a perfect time. Trying to push and make BBL uncomfortable, but they seem to thrive whenever there's a chance. Cushion over the opportunity, and Brave Stinger will not hit. Cider's on the other side of the map. He will not be close enough to deny the spike plant, and he'll have to go up against Comeback's op before he's even able to get onto the site.
But in this key moment of the round, look at the discipline. Comeback waits with bated breath, and as Kreven reveals the final target's position, it's as simple as pulling the trigger. BBL PCIFIC on the doorstep to greatness itself. A team made up of teenagers last year have matured into men under our very watchful eyes in this Challengers competition. The first of its kind, they set to that stage, and as good as Kushner was here, they're still able to turn it around.
It just shows you the quality that keeps coming up time and time again when it's needed. 4 from Comeback. If you need multi-kills, this team has it. It's like the 2011-2010 Barcelona team, developed all within the PCIFIC brand. I mean, what more can be said? From Premier to Champions, they are 1 round away from doing it all.
Comeback right between the doors, Brave. Big moment. We're going to need to see a whole lot more of that from Eternal Fire as BBL Pacific are almost home and dry. The derby not yet in the bag as Izzy claps back yet another. Loiter is still alive, still contributing kills. Larok's managed to slip through the net here. Ult clearing out both corners. Now they know Cushion are 2 more, but still it's Loiter in another clutch situation. And with the spike on his back, he can TP. Which site is it? Eternal Fire only now know.
Last ping just catches Loiter out. A TP to C long. Both players are isolated here. Loiter will get a chance to win it.
Split up from one another. Loiter's the wedge down the middle. He will walk to Garage unguarded. Brave has a smoke, but that's now dropped into the connective position. So the spike back site is where he's expected to be headed. Izzy beheads him, and so Eternal Fire can set up for 7.
I think the thing is, though, the spike plant maybe betrayed Loiter there. That's the normal pathing, right? To go through Garage, back towards the back of C. Kushner does really well to catch players off guard. And yeah, Izzy, this shot's sensational. I mean, Eternal Fire, well, we've been a bit, I guess, critical of how they've played this half so far. They can come alive in certain moments. That's 1 round and 7. They're going to need another 5 before they can answer back to what BBL Pacific have put forward.
Again, they ply their trade outside a lobby. Seho breach combination. All set up, all fodder. Needing Izzy to find results. Suppression has kept him in the smoke, but position revealed by Rose. That's the opening kill. BBL Pacific just 4 more away from achieving the first of their 4 goals this year.
All quiet. Cider the only one who's going to peek, and he peeks dry. Gets a bit of information about one of the players. I think maybe 2 he caught a glimpse late, but there's still 3 on long. Not a full, clear picture of how this A site looks for BBL Pacific. But BBL Pacific don't have one either, because there's 3 for Eternal Fire on this site. And one's in Cubby. Anima holding on to utility.
Brave peeking off the back of it. Stun separates, still finds the result. Rose's ult coming in as Overwatch. The rest of BBL Pacific played in by their captain. He holds the torch, and they will follow. As experienced as everyone on Eternal Fire is, they won't fail to face check in an opportunity like that. So it comes onto the Cypher player to stop it all. It's been quite the wait to get back to an inter-regional event, but when BBL Pacific arrive, they are ready for it. Kings in waiting for their ascendancy to the throne. This might just be the year that the princes become king.
That's it, they are the favourites, Hazza, and if Pacific are able to win Ascension, all 5 players will be 18 and can play in VCT. This roster, as you said, are the princes waiting for their crown. They failed to win Ascension last year. Will they be able to do it this year? Already, first event ticked off between all the regions and EMEA.
The calendar has changed. We have plenty more of these Challengers tournaments as a test of strength for every team. That's the bar which has just been set by BBL Pacific. Many said they would come, see and conquer. That's exactly what they've done. Turkey with the strongest start out of all the regions in this opening stage, but there is so much more Valorant to be played, Cairo.
Yeah, there is. Do you know what? 2 more splits to gain experience and mold your rosters. But I tell you what, guys, there's still this split to review, and we'll head that over to the analysts to talk about it.
BBL Pacific are the best team in Challengers EMEA, and they look terrific. And I don't think he was even close, MP.
No, absolutely not. Eternal Fire, they came in swinging, but it wasn't quite enough. They couldn't quite reach all the way to BBL Pacific. And what an amazing performance throughout this whole tournament, throughout this all of these matches that they have played. Amazing performance. from all of the players of BBL Pacific, and I'm gonna be honest, I think this roster looks scary. Rose, who we usually talk about, that is not the fragger in this team, just dropped 7 entries in that map, only died once first. Insane performance from all of these BBL Pacific players.
I mean, in the final and Ascension against Apex, it was 5 maps required and they still didn't get the win. Then you get yourselves a finals against Eternal Fire in the local tournament, Turkish Challenger League. Again, 5 maps required. That one they did win, but no 5 maps required this time. Not at all. Only 4. That'll do. 3-1. Bob's your uncle.
Exactly. I think it shows the growth of BBL Pacific. They kinda struggled here and there, closing it out, especially against Eternal Fire in the Turkish Grand Finals in Haven. This time around, they were messing. I think Eternal Fire, they had some good promise in the attacking side. I loved how Kushner started this, cutting off the rotations as well in that bonus round, finding a lot of value in mid. But BBL Pacific, in the end, they triumph. They look so strong, and I think Enzo was right. This is a VCT material team.
Absolutely, they definitely prove it, and they definitely seem to be the team to beat when it comes to this year. We'll have to wait and see which teams progress as the year does go on, but that attacking side looked unstoppable. Kreven to top the leaderboard when it comes to the stats, when it comes to the fragging out, and I think he deserves the whole MVP of the tournament, to be fair. That is a terrific showing all season long.
Yeah, absolutely. An insane pickup from the side of BBL Pacific, obviously replacing Gelasan there. I think this has been incredible, and this shows how BBL Pacific have improved. They couldn't quite close it out against Apex, but now they have a different Cypher, different Sentinel, which is a really, really strong one.
Indeed, indeed. And it looks poised. This roster looks next in line, really, to enter that VCT EMEA slot, and honestly, I'm all for it. I want to see it happen as soon as possible. I think, you know, some people were just toying with it. The fact, after that 13-0, a lot of people were saying, I looked into the social media and everything, people were already like, these guys should play Masters, skip VCT, just get them at the best stage possible, because these guys are just so damn good.
Yeah, I mean, it shows obviously how good BBL Pacific are when you can start this final with 13-0. I have to give it out to Eternal Fire. I think it was a good comeback from that situation. It's obviously not an optimal way to start out this whole final, but BBL Pacific, in the end, they are the one to lift the trophy. Incredible feat. I think that was incredible from BBL Pacific. They get that 7 ascension points in addition to the 3 that they got from being first seed. 10 ascension points. They're leading by 3, and Eternal Fire is going to be the second one in that line.
Yeah, I think they only get 5 with second place as well, so there's already a bit of a difference, kind of getting themselves first in line, and I hope it'll be really difficult to see how they will be beaten. But let's have a look at this journey from them so far, right? The fact that they had to go through a group stage, but the playoff stage is where they really show dominance, right? 2-0 all along that upper bracket side, leading to the grand finals. That 13-0 in the one map, it just, you know, it makes you wonder, Eternal Fire have got so much to do here to bring your comeback. It felt like this tournament was never contested by anyone else.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, yeah, we highlight BBL Pacific, but we have to highlight Turkey as a whole region. Obviously having 10 players, 2 whole teams in the grand final, and both of them being fairly competitive against each other. Obviously BBL Pacific is gonna be the one who's taking it all, but it's looking scary for all the other regions.
It really is. It really is. If you're Challengers Northeast, I think that's already a question point from you. You send 4 teams, none of them able to make it into playoffs. I think you already need to start thinking what's going on here. I mean, sure, your top 2 seeds were a lot of rookies, and having to play a lot of against some more experienced players is also something that you need to you know, put into consideration. But yeah, that's the win here for BBL Pacific, and I think we do have an interview with Larok.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's going to be incredible here. Congratulations, Lark, and welcome here.
Thank you a lot. Thanks. First, my English not perfect. It's my first English interview. If I make mistakes, sorry, everyone.
No, it's okay. No, don't worry. It's all good here. I mean, I'm gonna ask you, how does it feel to be the winner of Challengers EMEA at such a young age of 17?
I'm so happy. I'm proud of my teammates. I love them. It's my likely brothers. We are like the family. It's because we make Challengers EMEA because we family. I'm good.
I mean, good. I'm happy to hear. Does it feel even better that it was Eternal Fire that you played against in the final, or it doesn't matter? Or
we played 8 times Eternal Fire.
Yeah.
We winning all time. We know we win again. So it's not hard for us and likely easy.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thank you very much for that insight. But I just have to ask, from all the Challengers teams that have competed so far in this tournament and that you've seen, do you think you'll have a strong challenge as the year goes on? Who do you think can challenge you the most?
I didn't understand fully, but you said the strongest Challengers EMEA team, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Enterprise is a good. If we didn't, how can I say it? If we didn't on the same group, maybe they can come the final. They are good. The other maybe no, just Enterprise.
Okay. Thank you very much, Larok. Again, congratulations on your win. It looked very impressive, and thank you for joining us on the interview again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larok.
Thank you.
Amazing.
Yes, sweet young man. A lot of insight. I think Enterprise not making it into playoffs was already a bit of an upset, right? So him placing them at a high regard and having potential to grow as the season progresses is something to put a note on.
Yeah, we were kind of saying, four teams from Northeast were sent into this tournament, but Larok highlighting Enterprise Esports, I think that speaks volumes, definitely. They were the one of the teams that were able to take a map from BBL Pacific, other was Eternal Fire. Larok, insane performance once again. I think this player, from such a young age, is brilliant. Having that supportive utility as Breach, it's something that your duelist, a lot of your players look for. But then again, you have the fragging potential. Like I highlighted, past 3 games, he has either got 20 kills or 20 assists. This time around, it was only 18, but I credit that to the rounds that they were playing. Only 20 rounds. 18, 9, and 11 is already great stats.
An impressive series overall, an impressive team. BBL Pacific is the team to beat, and we'll be seeing how this goes on as the year progresses. This is the first Challengers EMEA of many, so you make sure that you stick around for all of that, folks. I think there's a lot still to show, a lot of talent that is still growing. Let's keep in mind that BBL Pacific did have a head start at the start of this year. They had the performance from last year. They keep 4 out of their 5 players, something that a lot of the other teams, maybe nearly all of them, don't have. So they'll be growing alongside them, and maybe we'll give a better fight here, MP.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think BBL Pacific last year is something that we could see from teams like Go Next this year. They might grow up in a really, really strong team. They're already really strong team, but not quite making it all the way through this tournament. Maybe the next time around, they are stronger than ever. Maybe they fix some of the issues that they had in this tournament. Maybe they have an easier group and they could be seen in the final.
They could be indeed. A lot more to be seen. This is just the beginning of the year. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us on this Challengers EMEA broadcast, and we hope to see you again very, very soon. And yeah, I can't wait, MP. I can't wait. See you there soon, everybody. Have a very good night.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain.